and quite frankly, we can't afford the expense. I know. I have no problem with that. Kurane raised an eyebrow. No. We must be overpaying you. He grinned. Never mind. I'll not question you on it. Deity knows we all run our little side games. Scotch. Corp Labs. A month later, Kyuthu hammered away at the keyboard. It's amazing, Tofu-sensei. Simply amazing. What is it? Tofu walked over from his microscope. Take a look at this. The Gosankuji pressed the enter key and reclined as a graph appeared on screen. These are the key flow charts for Kyoku and Ryuga. Kyoku's green, Ryuga's blue. Kyuthu, I asked you to examine viability for the cloned sperm, not adhesion pathways. I know. The two are related. Oh. Take a closer look. He pointed out some peaks in the chart. See this? They're mostly identical, except for these heights and depressions here, here, and here. Those must be where Ryuga's special abilities come in. The Bakusai Tenketsu, the Shishihukoden. That was to be expected. Any training of the sort is going to alter the key pathways. What does this have to do with the clone sample's viability? Oh. Well. Assuming we can get a viable clone. Some more keys were punched. I'm pasting the genetic data with the Ederson stuff. See here? If we can get 1.0 viability, then we should be able to double those abnormalities in the clone with no side effects. Yes. And, don't you see? Ono-sensei? Think of it. An enhanced Ryuga. Born with all the key potential that it took the original years to learn. It sounds dangerous, Kyuthu. Not at all. It sounds perfect. I don't follow your reasoning. You keep on telling me that you want to have Ryuga's genetic son and Kasumi's descendant be there when Zabiki wakes, to make sure that she is treated as she deserves. That's a blunt way of putting it. But accurate, northeast. More or less. We both know what I mean. Think of it. What if we had not only a Ryuga descendant, but one with his powers there to wait for her? She destroyed your life by what she pretended was a Shishihukoden. It's only fitting that she be faced by someone who can actually perform it. Deity. Kyuthu. You're sounding like your father. That's... Kasumi walked into the room, and drifted towards Kyuthu. She cradled his head in her hands, and smiled. Yes? Asked Gosankuji. That's... Kasumi? What are you doing here? Do you actually? It's poetic justice. She clones the sperm, and fakes the key blast, while we make the samples viable and turn the key blast real. Perfect revenge, and in full accordance with that consistency movement of yours. Kasumi nodded, and giggled. I cannot say number, you'll go ahead with it. Do as usual. It is not my choice, and she whose it is has spoken. Kyuthu smiled. Hi, Tofu-sensei. 2052. Corp Labs, late at night. Tofu sighed and ran the checks one more time, as his late wife smoothed his hair. A trench coat was thrown casually over the back of his chair, and the sharp stubble on his chin grazed his hand as he rubbed it. "I've almost got it, Kasumi. If I could just..." The scream came to life. Viability evaluation. 100 Oma blinked. It can't be. After all this time. He typed away furiously, running pathway checks, zygote creation simulations. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. He was done. Computer, recalculate viability for sample. Viability evaluation. 100. It was finished. The enhanced material could survive. It could be implanted into his daughter, or his daughter's daughter. "We've done it, Kasumi." His eyes welled up with tears. "We've done it." With trembling hands, he pressed the final keystrokes, and spoke his last command. "Computer, initiate Project R, Project REIREKU, AUDHORISAGIO and Alpha confirmed. Begin project. Cloning start." The chimes whirred into life, taking the data stored over decades and spinning it into organic fibers. It would work. She could rest. He looked at her. So beautiful. Forever young. Her long brown hair without a trace of gray, still soft and smooth and flowing around her pale and perfect skin. She gave a smile, and cocked her head, and slowly disappeared for the last time. She blew a kiss, but was not seen, for Tofu fell asleep. And file OD1R26, Alpha Clearance Chapter 9 The Fall of Heaven. The figures cloaked in darkness moved silently through the night. What they were doing was best left undiscovered to any gentle soul. The schemes of the damned usually are. They moved as swiftly as they could in the complete blackness, pushing themselves to move faster still. This was not something they would be treated mercifully for if they were caught. The shape they carried between them was beginning to strain their arms, nothing but dead weight sagging as their breath became labored. Yet, silence was what they needed, so they carefully controlled their rasping breath, making it as silent as the depth of the night around them. Even when they had delivered their grisly cargo, the control was not released. Not until they were gone far away from the den of evil and corruption of the soul would they relax. The look on her face. It had been ecstatic. The Fall of Heaven by Lara Bartram, edited by 4CW6R. 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Rent. May heaven forgive the folly and morbidity which led us both to so monstrous a fate. The Hound by H.P. Lovecraft. 1996. Denial. 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 And there could be no more denial. Gone forever. Tendo Akan was gone forever from his grasp, and he could no longer deny it. There was a point in time at which a man could not cry, no matter what the tragedy. The joy at finding out the sorcerer Saotome had been killed had quickly been erased at the news of Akan's death. He could not cry. He was a man and could not cry. But he did anyway. His pig-tailed goddess was gone, disappeared into thin air. No one would tell him where she had gone. They conspired against him to keep him miserable. They conspired against him to deny his happiness. They conspired against him to keep his soul restless. They conspired against him, but he would prevail. He would prevail, but in his soul, he felt empty. Empty in the worst way. Empty of his own being. Empty. Nothing. He felt like nothing, and no matter what he did, he was still nothing. Akan was the one who made him something. The big-tailed goddess made him more than he had ever aspired to be, but they were gone. They were gone, and now he was nothing. A soul in need of replenishment, a spirit desiring a purpose. Tendo Akan. Big-tailed goddess. How I long for you, yet heaven has seen that you are to be plucked from my grasp. If that is what must be, if that is what must be, then what? He could not simply accept what had happened. It would be a crime to sit and do nothing, to let things continue as they were. Someone, something needed to be punished. By rights, it should be Saotome Ranma, but he had already been killed. Maybe, just maybe, the vengeance of heaven was slow, but sure. The vengeance of heaven would not be denied, and he would be the one to extract it. He would be the embodiment of that vengeance and fill his soul with its wrath. By his hand, he would wield its lightning. He would rain destruction down on those that deserved it. He would truly be the Blue Thunder. And he would be feared by all. Anything to fill his empty soul again. He hadn't seen his sister for quite some time. Oh, he couldn't remember the last time he had left the presence of the visages of his two loves. He couldn't remember much of anything since he had heard the news about Akan. As he stood, her picture staring at him, staring into him, into his empty soul, it reached out. It tried to fill itself with her again. It tried to make itself whole, but she was gone, and his soul would not be placated by a picture. That was when he knew what had to be done. That was when he knew the only way to achieve peace. Kodakai. His infernal sister and her wicked ways. How he managed to put up with her all this time, he didn't know. Kodakai. He yelled at the closed door. It opened ever so slowly, no more than an inch. And Kodakai looked out at him. Or rather, One Eye looked out at him. And what do you want? Her voice was neither friendly or sisterly. I had news. Then tell me and leave. I had no news of you. I am leaving. I know not when I shall return. Father shall be your responsibility. Until I return. The door slammed unceremoniously in his face, blowing out a little puff of medicinal-smelling air. Looking at it sourly for a moment, he soon turned, and left behind his life as he had known it. Kodakai stepped back from the door she had just shut in her brother's face. The meddling snoop. Leaving indeed. Well, at least he would be out of her hair. He was another obstacle that would try to stop her, no doubt. She didn't need more obstacles, she needed allies. Turning, the look on her face changed to one of pure love and something of lust. Ranma-sama, she whispered. The tank was most assuredly inadequate for the time. She would have to look into a way to stabilize the setup, to make sure the ball would stay firmly in her court. That brought on a most devilish grin as she had the tank filled with yellow liquid, as she had the figure floating in that yellow liquid. Saotome Ranma. 1998 summer Kuno Takewaki's trip had turned out to be most enlightening. He had not stayed gone as long as he thought he might have because it hadn't been necessary. He had been shown how unprepared he was by a strange figure, a man, that had counseled him in his life's path. He needed to return to school. Put Akan behind him, only for the time, and return to school. Oh, if he was ever asked about the man, Kuno Tatewaki would swear, in his more lucid moments, that the man was either a demon or an angel. A demon or an angel, and impossible to tell between the two. He had masterfully convinced Tatewaki that, despite the emptiness inside him, there were ways to fill it. Ways that would reap great rewards, but schooling was a must. There were benefits a high school and college education brought, even if those things were unimportant to him. They would assist him at a later time. The figure had convinced him of that. The figure had convinced him of a great many things, and as he had begun college, the man had disappeared. He was left to his own devices for a time, but only for a time. Blue thunder, the voice whispered to him. It drifted on the breeze to reach his ears. He stopped suddenly and looked around him. Amidst the green grass, bathed in bright sunshine, the voice sounded like it was coming from a grave. He shuddered involuntarily as he spotted the mysterious figure under some trees across the yard. Striding purposefully over to the trees, giving his other classmates imperious looks, he paused in front of the hooded figure. "You've returned." "I have." "How are your studies progressing?" the figure asked. "Well, indeed, I can see the ramifications of being a learned scholar in my pursuit of quiet. If you wish my continued assistance, then you will carry on. You will finish your college career and be a well-respected student. Do you hear me?" Nodding, Tatewaki could not imagine doing anything else in school. "Of course. Excellent. I shall find you after college, after graduation. You shall be one step closer to the greatness you deserve." Nodding again, the foreign thought of true greatness, not school greatness, clouded his mind. "Failure is not an option," he answered seriously. "Either way, Blue Thunder, you're destined for better things. Don't forget that." Gosankuzi Kaiuthu number sign 2993 left a very dazed Blue Thunder standing under a tree. 2001 spring. The spring air was refreshing, welcome after the oppressive winter months. And the fact that Kuno Tatewaki walked away from the college with a diploma seemed to lift his spirits to previously unimagined heights. The world was good, for the most part. For the most part. There was a part of him that didn't think about the part of him that was missing, but it was a nagging, gnawing feeling always at the back of his mind. Leaving the university grounds for the last time, the mysterious figure met him again. "Blue Thunder, we meet again." He seemed to melt out of the shadows, smelling faintly of fire and livestock, extending one pale hand. "So we do." He said nothing more, having matured without the help of this man. Don't think you don't need me just because I've let you go for 3 years. Remember, you are bound for greater things. Without me, you are bound for nothing. It wasn't spoken as a threat, but as a fact. A fact that struck deep inside Tatewaki. I remember, smiling at the much humbled Kuno Tatewaki. It was time that Kyuthu set his plan in motion. It could happen no other way. Nothing else would work. He said 2 words. Saotome Ranma. Saotome Ranma, and it all came crashing back down on him. A demon. He had consorted with demons that had killed him. But his death had broken Tendo Akan's spirit. Unable to live without her enslaver, she had killed herself. Saotome Ranma had enslaved her and killed her. That was unforgivable. He glared at the man before him, his gaze smoldering in its intensity, its fate. Good. I see you haven't forgotten him. Kyuthu number sign 2993 chuckled at the reaction he had received. It was just as he had planned. Perfect. I know how you can achieve greatness, but it will take time while you hone your mind, body and spirit. A simple nod. You wish to avenge her death. You are not strong enough to. No. His mind hadn't been reduced to mush yet. He wasn't pliable enough yet. It could be changed. After all, he had seen the future. He had seen the future and the power. And all because of the fool before him. If it meant he had to do these things, or if it was because he did these things, Gosankuji Kyuthu number sign 2993 didn't care. Self-fulfilling prophecies didn't matter just as long as they worked in his benefit. Blue Thunder, I know how it can be done. I know how you can avenge her. I know. And he had always known. 2002 winter it was strange. Being a monk and all. He did nothing that related to the things he had done in high school and college. His short time as a monk resembled his previous life none at all. It had been quite the humbling experience for him, to be stripped of all that made him the Blue Thunder. Yet, he was to immerse himself, become a monk to strengthen himself. It was what the stranger had said, and the stranger had never been wrong before. And there was that same thing inside him that kept Akan's memory at bay. Some sort of self-preservation instinct that knew burying his grief over Akan was the only way he would ever keep his sanity worked within him. As the weeks passed, Tatewaki fell into the daily schedule of the monk. It was not exciting, nor was it interesting. It was peaceful. It seemed, to him, to be the first time he had ever experienced such peace. And the stranger's suggestion seemed a good one. Without the pressure, he was calm. Without his sister, he was relaxed. With the external peace came the internal peace. That was followed by uncommon insight and lucidity. Kuno Tatewaki embraced his life then. As summer approached, he knew it was something he should have done a long time ago. And while he contemplated the order of life and nature, there was always some part of him that would not stop reminding him of Akan. Thankfully, that remained a muted memory, a distant memory that he would not allow to ruin his peace. True, he hadn't quite come to grips with the things that had happened, but he knew in time all things would fall into their proper places. 2008 summer bad news, but it was the way of the world. As everything lived, so it must die. He would die someday. The prospect did not frighten him. Because of this, the news was little more than an inconvenience. Your father has passed away. A simple nod. The one that had delivered the news left silently, and he was alone again. Death was a natural part of living. It was something he had learned, and it was something he told himself every day. The house had not changed. Even with his sister as the almost sole occupant while he was gone, things were the same. He did not like it. It was not healthy to remain static for as much time as he thought had passed. The grounds were neat, well trimmed, as they should be, but there was an eeriness to their passivity. Like it wasn't really life, but a painting, and if he stayed there too long, he would become a part of that painting. He hadn't really expected the house to look different. That was probably one thing their father would not have stood for. Inside, he knew he could not expect the condition to be the same as the outside. Approaching the door, he tried to reach for the peace in his surroundings, the tranquility, but there was none. There was nothing tranquil about things, nothing peaceful, nothing he wanted to be anywhere near. This place was conducive to madness. Calming himself, refusing to give in to the fears of his past, he knocked on the door as a matter of common courtesy. He certainly felt different, and who knows, if he looked as different as he felt, Kodakai was liable to not recognize him at all. It turned out that it was the other way around. A girl that looked nothing at all like his sister answered the door. "I'm looking for Kodakai," he said, slightly confused as to who this strange girl was answering the door. She smiled pleasantly enough at him. "What can I do for you?" Yes, she smiled, but it did not quite reach her eyes. In fact, she was looking at him rather suspiciously. "Yes, I'd like to see my sister." "Kodakai?" Mutsuko, one of the numerous Kodakets staying at the mansion, looked surprised at that. "Your sister?" "Yes. I've come back to take care of my father's funeral arrangements. Is Kodakai here?" The girl seemed to sputter for a moment, then nodded. "Of course. Please, come in." She allowed him to enter the house, but wouldn't let him go anywhere. "Please wait here while I get you an escort." He watched her hurry away, and waited. He was most curious as to what had happened with his sister. Who was that girl? Why had she gone to such an escort? After only 2 minutes or so, a woman came walking down the hall toward him. She was smiling. Oh, again, it didn't reach her eyes. When she reached him, she offered no greeting other than to say, "Good morning. Good morning. Is it possible to see my sister? We had much to discuss about our..." "Of course. Follow me, please." She moved away quickly, walking with purpose. She knew exactly where she was going, an indication that she had been dwelling in the house for quite some time. "I'm sure she'll be quite pleased to see you," the woman said, though it was obvious that wasn't what she thought at all. "As I will be to see her. It has been too long." The woman glanced back at him curiously. He wasn't anything like what Kodakai had described him as. Yet, it was not wise to question Kodakai. The meeting with his sister had been quite interesting. There was no other way to describe it. At one point in time, he would have been furious, outraged over the state of the house, what Kodakai was doing there. But now, he really didn't care. Kodakai had her world and he had his, and never the twain shall meet. Hopefully. But their agreement had been quite simple. He had no desire to return to the house he had grown up in. That sweetened Kodakai because she was unwilling to cease her eccentric activities. The finances were in the capable hands of a prestigious firm, yet they were under his control. Kodakai received an allowance every month, which she had seemed perfectly content with. She had control of the house and the grounds, and would retain it until she no longer wanted it. All in all, they were both pleased with the way things had gone. Kodakai, seeming more stable than she had in all the time he had known her, had insisted that there was no problem and it was all fine with her. Besides, she hadn't exactly been idle all these years and had her own holdings and funds to draw off of. That was what she had told him, and that was what he had believed. He returned to the monastery feeling much better about things. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that he loved his sister and that accommodating her was something he could do happily. 2010 fall none of them had known. None of them could have known. One person knew, but he was in no position to be revealing anything. The wind blew lightly, stirring the leaves that covered the stone walkway. They skittered across the stone, making the only noise in the open courtyard of the abandoned monastery. The group of monks looked at the modest structure, crumbling with age, but still intimidating. They didn't speak, instead awed at the power of the damned location. That was the worst thing. It wasn't some giant glowing demon or a pack of ghosts. It was just an extremely creepy old building. Gosankuji Hikaru was not in awe the same way the monks were. He walked back and forth, taking pictures of the structure, the grounds, the physical layout of the place. It seemed fairly typical to him. An old, abandoned monastery with stories of ghosts and demons. Hikaru wasn't a monk or psychically sensitive or even the magician he once aspired to be, but he was sensitive enough to see there wasn't anything there. Frankly, he wasn't even sure why he was there. It seemed like a giant waste of time. But, what harm could it do? They wanted him to get evidence of the thing they were about to do, and they had specifically called him, so it was impossible to refuse. His ego wouldn't allow him to. They had tried to explain, as a way of convincing him, that the monastery had originally been built on some sort of nexus or other, not that Hikaru was paying that much attention to what was being said, and the activity of the monks had been disturbing. Something. Bloody hell had broken loose during one lunar eclipse. There had been screams and strange lights and something that felt like an earthquake. And now, the monastery was abandoned, avoided by everyone. The weirdest thing was that he had seen Kuno take walkie among the group of monks, and he had seemed much changed. Hikaru hadn't attempted to greet him in any way, nor had he been approached. It was another one of life's myriad twists and turns that they should meet where and when they did. Without a sound, the monks moved forward to enter the stone building, the door having long rotted off. Hikaru followed slowly, still taking pictures here and there of things that caught his eyes. It was only once inside that the grand devastation could be fully seen. Outside, there was nothing special, but inside, it looked like a bomb had gone off. The place was destroyed, with the walls visibly crumbling, and the ceiling looking like it might cave in upon them at any moment. Still, Hikaru didn't sense anything, but he was experiencing an extremely strong urge to leave the building and never come back. Ego, once again, took hold of him. He would not run like a frightened rabbit. He stood back and began taking more pictures as the monks prepared for their exorcism. He looked up and got several shots of the ceiling as little more than personal record. There was no doubt that something had happened, something large and violent had taken place in the old monastery at some time or another. He could almost see the blood stains on the floor, still fresh after all that time. Hikaru closed his eyes for a moment, counting backwards from 100. When he opened them again, at around 74, the monks were about to start and the visions of massacred bodies had disappeared. Quickly taking several pictures of the monks, he moved around to stand on a set of crumbling stairs. At the slightly elevated height, he could get good pictures of the whole event, like it was some sort of show, though he knew they were taking this whole thing seriously, deadly seriously. And with the way he had to carefully control his body from shaking, Jack knew he was going to take it seriously too. Waiting silently, only the click of his camera making noise, Hikaru wondered if things had begun. It was when the light inside started to fade that he knew they were in more trouble than any of them had bargained for. None of the others made any indication that they had noticed the development, so Hikaru didn't either, though the fact that it was almost pitch black inside could not be ignored. Trying to get control of his shaking hands, he counted backwards from 100 again, only reaching 90 when the noise started. It was a moaning, howling sound, somewhere between pain and death and damnation. Hikaru dropped the camera then. The noise was almost deafening to his ears. Looking around, blind in the darkness, the sound seemed to come from everywhere. This was not something he could handle. Moving slowly, trying not to make any sound or trip over anything, he moved around the edge of the gathering of monks. The pictures weren't worth it, the camera wasn't worth it. This was something bigger than he wanted to deal with. Walking closer to the door, he gave a final, silent goodbye then made the move to leave. They didn't need a visual record anyway, not from him. His life was more important than a bunch of pictures. The lives of his wife and son were more important than anything, and he so desperately wanted to see them again. First it had been the sound that made him run, and now it was the light that made him stop. The walls seemed to glow with ghostly light, casting blue shadows around the room. Hikaru could not recall a time when he had ever been so scared. Until the next moment, a figure emerged from one wall. From the strange light, and the sounds of torture grew louder. Without warning, without fanfare, the noise stopped, and an unsettling silence descended. Hikaru was staring at the figure, unable to tear his eyes away, unable to run. He was entranced by the figure's air of grace and beauty, the long, lean lines, pale skin and ruby lips curved upward in a terrible smile. The eyes were terrible to look at, but impossible not to, dancing with flames of hatred and damnation. He was not sure if it spoke. He could only stare, captivated by it, his mind somewhere far away telling him that he should be running. The figure's mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. Instead, the building itself seemed to echo the words, "Interlopers, invaders, death." With those words, the nature of the being was revealed to be not simply a restless ghost, but something far more evil. The whole sequence of events played out before Hikaru in such an eerily mundane fashion. He often wondered during that time after if his mind hadn't glossed over the details to protect his sanity. Certainly, the authorities investigating the incident after had shown him pictures that made him want to cry and vomit, and if he had actually witnessed that. As he watched, the figure moved among the monks, gliding silently, a pale blue glow coming off its body. Amazingly, the monks seemed to take no heed of the figure, the ghost, the demon as it moved. As it stood in front of one monk, an unseen wind making its hair wave and clothes ruffle, it extended one hand, finger extended. Hikaru tried to make a sound of warning, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. It was just like being trapped in a nightmare. No matter how hard he tried, he was completely helpless. As the spectral finger reached the monk's forehead, passed through it, the monk's eyes flew open and his face got a look of utter terror and pain on it. And the sound, a liquidy gurgling noise, that came from the monk's mouth terrified Hikaru. He knew that whatever was happening to that monk, eventually it would happen to him as well. With an almost audible creaking noise, the monk's head seemed to bulge out, the joints of the skull splitting and erupting a spray of blood. It might have been then that Hikaru lost control of his bladder, not that he really noticed at the time. He was far too busy wondering if he would ever see the light of day again. And then the demon moved on to the next monk, who hadn't moved an inch. In a very surreal moment of realization, Hikaru saw that the way the light and shadows formed around the demon's face, the overall effect was that of. Hikaru didn't want to believe it. His eyes were playing tricks on him. And then the carnage really began. Small sparks seemed to dance in the air around them all, causing the demon to glare angrily at the other monks. "You dare," it hissed. "You cannot. A crimson globe of fury formed in the demon's hand and quickly shot forward to impact against one unfortunate monk's head. It impacted and seemed to break, bathing the monk in the same crimson glow. Still unmoving, the monk did not even cry out at his horrible fate. At least, Hikaru thought it was pretty horrible, the monk's body wasting away before his very eyes until it was little more than ashen gray skin stretched over bones, dressed in robes. The glowing of the sparks seemed to intensify, and Hikaru could almost feel a heat come from them. If this was the best the monks could do, he had a sinking feeling it would not be enough. Yet, the demon was enraged. It did not like the fairy lights, glowing with golden heat, and it did the only thing it knew would make them go away. Arcs of red lightning shot from his body in all directions, striking several hapless monks. One exploded in a cloud of blood, another was simply burnt to cinder, and yet another was blown in half. There were screams now, screams coming from the walls, from the demon, from everything. The lights intensified in their glow, even with only the few remaining monks. Ripping control away from whatever had been holding him, Hikaru covered his ears with his hands and began to scream as well. The blue light around everything began to slowly fade, and the demon became more insubstantial. One monk simply fell over, dead, no sign of violence on him. Red mist began to form in the air as the demon faded. It was then that Hikaru closed his eyes tightly, trying to shut out everything that was happening in the wretched old monastery. He couldn't see it, but he could still hear the screaming, and he could still feel it, clinging to him, begging him to open his eyes, begging him to bear witness. That cold, evil crimson mist chewed out his clothing, trying to penetrate his skin and nestle in his heart and mind. He would not allow it. He could not allow it, could not allow himself to be wounded. He had to return home whole. He had to return sane. He had to return for Hikaru and Kyufu. For Hikaru and Kyufu. That was what he kept telling himself, over and over. That was what kept him sane. And when he finally opened his eyes, finally got the courage, even long after the screaming had stopped, the sensation of the mist was gone, he wished he had gone insane. This time, the blood was not a hallucination. The bodies were not figments of his mind. They were very real. Fortunately, he was as well, though his mind refused to believe it at the moment. It was only when his legs gave out and he fell hard to the stone that he realized his firmness. It was also when he realized there was still another person alive amidst the carnage. He hadn't been so lucky to escape the demonic mist, the mind poison, the soul rot. Eventually, after a few weeks of intensive emotional care and love by his family, Hikaru had recovered. The incident was now a very ugly memory, but he was healthy. The other survivor had not been so lucky. 2011 Spring. Get out. You are nothing more than a madman. Never soil our land with your presence again. You dare speak to me that way. Know that you shall find yourself burning in the flames of the righteous for your treatment of the blue. The door was slammed rather unceremoniously in his face, shutting him out in the cold spring rain. Snarling, Kuno Tatewaki walked away from the place that had once been his home. His home in a more peaceful and pleasant time, when he had known of light in the world. The monks did not want him, would not take him back. It had been their fault. They were the ones that had sent him along with the others, and they shut him out, like a stray dog. They called him a madman, accused him of soiling their land. They would find that he was not someone to simply shut away. They had offered him hope and life at one time, and now they pulled it away. They were not worthy of being spiritual envoys. They were little more than charlatans, preying on those that needed guidance, sending them on demonic quests. He was not the madman. They were. They with their ideals and quests for inner peace. A peace that they now denied him. Spiritually corrupt. Corrupt. Disciples of demons and hellspawn, corrupting others. They had tried to do the same to him. They had lulled him into a sense of security. Then they had sent him as sacrifice to their masters. But he had survived, and he would rid Japan of the menace of these foul people who consorted with demons. Tatewaki left the grounds then. He had no business there until he was prepared to take care of them once and for all. He went to the only place he knew. It was the one place burned into his mind that he could remember with any clarity. It had been cleansed by him, and would be the start of his mission. It would be where it all began. In the future, it would be a shrine. A shrine to him and all the good he would do. Because he would be the one to return the country, no, the entire world to true enlightenment. As he returned to the grounds of the old monastery, with no door, the stone crumbling, the stink of blood still in the air, he couldn't help but wonder. The other survivor, the one that was unharmed, how had he done it? How had someone survived the encounter unscathed, unless, like the others, he had something to do with it? Gosankuji Hikaru, the pale, sorcerer's person he had known in high school, still delved into the black arts, no doubt. Maybe it had been him that had done it. Maybe something else. Maybe the whole world was just a festering pit of corruption. It was definitely time to clean it up. 2011 summer it hadn't been hard, really. There were lots of people willing to listen, willing to follow. They just needed to hear the right message. They needed the right motivation, and then they would do almost anything. Tatewaki wasn't sure why they had started following him, wasn't sure quite how they had found out what he was planning on doing, but they had, and they considered themselves his followers. Never did he see their imbalance, how they were drawn to him as moths to a flame, overwhelmed by his personality. But that did not matter. It only mattered that they took his word as law, did everything he asked of them, saw him as nearly a god. And maybe, he saw himself kind of as a god. Or at least, a minor deity. But that was the thing. The people, the ones that he actively recruited on his quest, were the ones that looked for something more. They were the ones that needed something in their lives, something more than a dreary existence. He was not a heavenly beacon, but he was a place they could focus their attention. Either way, it made no difference to Kuno Takewaki. All that mattered was that he brought more people under his wing. The more people he had, the easier it was to rid first the city, then the country, then the world of demons and their kind. And indeed, things started slowly, simply, without fanfare. There was nothing to be done about that. Such a delicate operation had to be built carefully from the ground up to avoid internal corruption. He couldn't afford to have any of his supporters turn against him. So he worked slowly, and slowly, his group began to cleanse the city. Shizumu led his customer to the darkened alley. It was the area he usually used for quickies like this. It was secluded and all the others knew it was his spot, so he had relative privacy there as well. What'll it be? He asked in his false girly voice, sounding more like he had just been kicked in the crow's nest than a real woman. And this night, he was anxious to finish. The high heels were killing his feet and the stockings itched like a son of a bitch. He had picked the wrong outfit. Usual, baby, the man answered huskily. Every Wednesday, Saturday and Sunday, and on Mondays he showed up, wanting Shizumu's services. And he always got the same thing. You know how much? 2,500 yen. And Shizumu was smart enough to always collect first, even with the regular. I know. The man's voice was hushed, yet anxious as he pulled some bills from his pocket and gave them to Shizumu. Tucking them into his tight shirt, into the padded bra filled with tissue, Shizumu got to his knees and began undoing the man's pants. He never heard the group of oddly dressed people come into the alley. He never knew they were there until the sharp pain at the base of his neck and he fell unconscious. The two of them awoke later, side by side, in some old, drafty structure. They were tied down, or rather up, to large posts. In front of them, there was a considerable-sized group of people dressed like monks. Surely they couldn't actually be monks, or else why? Foul sorcerer and he who consorts with demons, one of the figures said, his face obscured by darkness. We know of your sinful activities, and now it is time that ye shall pay. So saith the Blue Thunder. Hey! Get me the hell down from here! Yelled Shizumu. This was the one thing he had always feared, though it had been a distant concern. No longer. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but you can't do this. Several of the figures chuckled at that. Look, I barely know this guy, the other man said. I got no business with any of you. Yeah, I got no beef with you people, so why don't you just let us go? Shizumu said, his voice fearful. Quiet, sorcerer. Your words mean nothing to us. Prepare to be cleansed from this earth, once and for all. Sorcerer? What are you talking about? I'm not any kind of sorcerer, Shizumu proclaimed, getting very worried, panicking even. He squirmed futilely against his bonds, the rope chafing his wrists and ankles. My forked tongue will not save you this time. The figure turned to face the others, who were all kneeling. He is the first of many. Look upon his wicked countenance as he changes forms like a true hellspawn. Shizumu could see a person walk up to him, carrying some sort of large bucket, and immediately he knew what was about to happen. "Illiamimi, go!" he screamed, yanking on the ropes as hard as he could. But it was no use. "Don't do that. Don't." The bucket of cold water was splashed in his face, and his whole body changed. There was complete silence, except for the sounds of his former customer pulling against his bonds. No one screamed or gasped, or even laughed like Shizumu expected them to. There was silence. Struggling against the clothes she was trapped in, Shizumu tried to break free and escape, but there was too much for her to get tangled up in. "Cease thy struggling, sorcerer. The truth has been exposed for all to see, and soon ye shall return to the flames from whence ye was born." Shizumu was grabbed by rough hands and removed from the clothes that clung to the rough-hewn post. Each wing was grabbed painfully, and pulled away from her body. Then she was held up for all to see. A beast he has become. Is this not proof of his sorcery? There were agreeable murmurs, and Shizumu knew her time was up. "Then we shall proceed." Hot water was dumped over Shizumu, allowing him to return to his original form and gender, but he was still held down by powerful hands. "Hey! What the hell was that?" the man asked, his voice frantic. "What did you do to him?" "We did nothing that the sorcerer has not done unto himself. We shall only bring him to justice. So saith the blue thunder. Look, let me go. I don't know what the hell that was, but I haven't got anything to do with him. You gotta believe me. It's all a mistake. Oh, and so the unclean acts you were about to engage in were simple errors?" Kuno, still shrouded in shadow, asked. "Yeah. Now just let me go. I don't know this freak at all. And yet, would not thy lies slide easily off thy tongue if thy life were at stake? I don't." "Lies!" Kuno roared at the man. "Puppet! Puppet!" the others yelled in response. Whether he felt relief or utter fear for it, the man was being cut down from the post. None of the crazies made any move to harm, only restraining him. He was led over to a large trapdoor set in the floor, and he knew he didn't want to find out what was behind it. One figure opened the trapdoor, revealing only darkness. "Throw him and cleanse the earth," the figure hissed, the voice serpent-like. "Cleanse the earth," another figure said, the voice female. "Yes. It begins. Remove this foul being from my sight," Kuno commanded. Before the man could protest more, he was shoved forward into the dark hole, screaming the entire way. The trapdoor was allowed to slam shut, cutting off any more noise from below. "And now you," Kuno said, turning his attention back to Shizumu. "Thy crimes of the blackest sorcery and villainy will truly be punished in the severest manner." It took all of Shizumu's self-control not to cry. "It's not my fault. It was China. China? Hold thy tongue. We shall not be swayed by lies. Juzenkyo," Shizumu stuttered. "That's where it happened. That's how I got this way. It's a curse. I'm not a sorcerer," he yelled, his voice getting hoarse with hopelessness. It was getting harder to hold back the tears. China. Jews and Chia. There was something familiar about that word. It matters not. Kuno said, snapping back to reality. We have observed thy evil deeds, thy devious shape-changing ways involving water. Yes, we have seen it all, and it has been determined that thy life is forfeit. Thy demonic form as a bat proves thy tainted blood. Thy ability to bewitch and enslave, even men, proves thy sorcery's powers. Now face thy fate, face death, black sorcerer. Kuno held out his hand, and there was an object placed in it. His fingers closed around it slowly. Thy time has come, he said quietly, and raised his arm. The blade he held reflected some light long enough for Shizumu to start screaming. 2012 winter. Strangely, no one cared or noticed all the mysterious disappearances, the spontaneous fires, the violence. To Kuno Tatewaki, it had nothing to do with luck. It had everything to do with destiny. It was an obvious sign that the people appreciated the things he was doing. They were tired of the filth, the corruption, the spiritual suicide, just like he was. They were supporting him silently with their inaction, and that one little delusion was all he needed. It wasn't the power that he wanted. He didn't care how many people followed him. They were only means to an end. It was all about the cause, the cleansing of the planet. It was the cause that brought them together, and it was the cause that would see them through. They were all means to an end. They all strove for the greater glory. And with him leading them all, that glory would be achieved. He would live to see a new world vision. His new world vision. And nothing would stop him, no matter what it took. The pit in the old monastery became a very popular place. It smelled a little funny, but no one was in the monastery any longer to complain. The pit would stay a very popular place for quite a while. 2014 summer night in the city is still dark, no matter how many lights there are. The shadows seem to gather in the proper places, to wait for any unsuspecting victims to enter. One such victim had stepped out of the light and into the shadows by accident. The wiry man grabbed the woman from behind and slammed her against the wall of a building. Immediately, a knife was being pressed to her throat, and the man was warning her of keeping silent. The woman, while panicking slightly, it couldn't be avoided, kept her eyes on her attacker. She would identify him later, and then he would be in big trouble. As the knife bit into her skin, she had to briefly wonder if she would even be able to report the crime. "Whatever you want, just don't kill me," she begged, refusing to cry in front of the piece of street trash. The man looked around quickly, his eyes darting to and fro, the sweat shining on his forehead. "Yeah, whatever I want, bitch." "I know," he hissed at her. He applied more pressure on the knife so that it drew blood from the soft skin of her neck. The woman whimpered as she felt the blood ooze from the cut. "Villain." The voice came from the darkness, sounding almost like it was the darkness itself. "Base and foul. Face your punishment not from behind the skirts of a woman." The man, a petty crook by trade, turned and looked to where he thought the voice was coming from. "Who's there? Don't get any closer," he warned, waving his knife. "And now he threatens the servants of God. To what depths has the city sunk, that we worked so hard to cleanse? Our work is incomplete. We must double our efforts." There were answering murmurs from the shadows. "I don't know who the hell you are, but I'll stick it if you don't leave me alone." The man was frightened. He might have been a criminal, but he was not crazy. Not crazy like whoever was in the shadows. "Feel our retribution," came the voice again. The shadows seemed to swell, and 4 figures clad in black robes swarmed him with their own weapons. He never had a chance really, as he was summarily thrashed and left to bleed to death on the ground. The woman, looking from the unconscious criminal to the people in the black robes, smiled tentatively. "Thank you," she said. "'Twas our duty. There should not be fear of such villainy. There should not be the corruption that causes such villainy." A different figure spoke. The woman nodded slowly. "When it wasn't safe to walk down the streets of the city, even in a good area, that was when things were out of control. You're right. I don't know how to thank you enough." One figure bowed. Then they disappeared back into the darkness. At the end of the summer, crime was at an all-time low, and the cases of vigilantism had skyrocketed. There was a new name on people's lips, associated with the reform of the city, the country. That name was of the seemingly mild-mannered reformist named Kuno Tatewaki. 2015 spring. He shouldn't have been nervous, but he was. He was the Blue Thunder. The Blue Thunder was above being nervous. Sort of. The crowd of people before him was quite large, larger than his group of followers, and they were all waiting for him to speak. They wanted to hear what he had to say because they knew he was right. They knew he was the one that could save them from the evil in the world. Giving himself new confidence, glancing arrogantly at the group of curious photographers and reporters, then looked back at the waiting crowd. He began to speak. He captivated them. He spoke his most sincere beliefs from his heart, with passion and vigor, and they believed him. The notoriety he was gaining meant he had to put up a front, but it was a small price to pay when he could see the world changing around him. Very soon now, Kuno Tatewaki knew, it would all be his to control. It would all be under his influence. As spring approached summer, the weather warming more, it became more difficult for the Blue Thunder to participate in the nightly hunts with his followers. It seemed that his presence was always required by some news agency or camera crew. He had to constantly prepare for such things, which meant he couldn't concentrate on the most important thing. Kuno-sensei. A small boy ran up to him, causing the several bodyguards around him to stiffen. Tatewaki held them back and smiled at the boy. "And what is it you wish of me?" he asked. The boy stood before him, breathless from running. "My mommy says you saved her. She says you saved the city. Now we don't have to move away and leave all my friends behind." The boy thrust out his hand where he was holding a severely damaged daisy. Tatewaki took the flower gently from the boy. Thy words shall be remembered. Know that thy family has a place amongst the holy. The boy smiled happily and stared for a moment. Then he ran off, giggling, to tell his mother what had happened. The face of the country had definitely changed. 2015 summer, the world, you say? Yes, Kuno-sensei. Europe, South America, Africa, the United States, everywhere. It is a great day for your following, the young man said, dressed in a more casual outfit of dark suit pants, white shirt and conservative tie. Indeed. I had not anticipated this much growth in so short a period of time, Tatewaki said thoughtfully. He was dressed in his more traditional monk robes in preparation for speaking to yet another gathering. The 21st century has been unkind. Many people are searching for the type of spiritual guidance you give them. They follow your example. They follow Japan's example. In fact, Japan's become the center of interest around the world. Just last week, a group from the United North African Nations and combined Greek and Roman independent powers arrived. Tatewaki nodded. He had heard that, and that he was requested to meet them, but previous engagements had prevented him from doing so. He knew that it was a simple political ploy from the USA in any way and had no desire to get mixed in with their problems. He would have liked to speak with the group representatives because he had read of their difficulty with the Vatican in the previous months. Possibly a private meeting without the publicity involved. Everything he did seemed to involve publicity anymore. It was enough to drive a humble monk insane. 2016 fall the travel was an inconvenience. He was requested to speak all over the world at all times, and he often ended up saying the same things over and over again. Life as a well-renowned reformist, public speaker, monk, and active neo-religio political figure was beginning to take its toll on him. It seemed that he was forced to accommodate everyone, while he had nothing for himself. This could not continue. It could not be expected of him. It could not be expected of anyone. All he wanted, now that it seemed the world had come very close to cleansing itself, was to concentrate on those last bastions of corruption and demon spawning. Though he never admitted that out loud. It would have been far too radical for the gentle populace. Luckily, he still had those in his confidence who knew of what everything had started with. He knew what it would end with too. I request a report, he said briskly. Immediately, there were 3 people ready to take down his orders and complete them. Yes, Kuno-sensei? I wish to know more about a most corrupted place known only as Juzenkyo. He looked out the window idly as he spoke, knowing the information he desired would be presented to him in a suitably his time manner. Juzenkyo. Kuno-sensei, in which region is this located, if you know? Juzenkyo in the wilds of the Chinese Republic, he answered, a definite tone of disgust in his voice. Chunquo, Kuno-sensei. I no longer wish to be. Silence. I wish to know everything about Juzenkyo so that I might smite it from the face of the planet. That sent the three away in a hurry, and Kuno Tatewaki was left alone with his deliberations. His quest for the destruction of Jews in Kyo was never completed. The exact location was never discovered, the Chungquo government not cooperating at all in the quest. For 6 years, the quest for Jews in Kyo, and its nightmarish ability to spawn demons, continued, along with Kuno Tatewaki's fame and influence throughout the world. 2022 summer, I'd like to volunteer. Volunteer? We don't have much call for volunteers. What kind of skills do you have? The young Gosankuji Kaiuthu lifted an eyebrow at the question. Skills? I want to speak to Kuno Tatewaki. The man laughed in Kaiuthu's face at that. You're a kid. He wouldn't have anything to talk to you about. Little boy, go home and go to school now. We have important things to worry about. The man continued to laugh and turned away from Kaiuthu. Kaiuthu de-escaped, then walked past the man and to the elevator. The doors opened automatically for him, and he stepped inside, pushing the button for the uppermost floor. The elevator door opened once again, revealing an open room currently devoid of people. Kaiuthu strode forward to the large set of double doors, put a hand on each handle, turned and pushed open the doors, effectively making a grand entrance into Kuno Tatewaki's private rooms. Everyone currently there stopped to look at the brash young man that had just barged in. They all got looks of outrage on their faces except for one. And to what do we owe this visit? Tatewaki asked calmly. The calm in his voice relaxed the others, but not completely. I've seen you, Kaiuthu said confidently, though he was still a touch nervous. I know you. I know you can do bigger things than waste your time as some temple icon. You've changed the world, so why don't you rule it? Kaiuthu mentally berated himself. He sounded like a bad salesman. The young man desires my counsel. Leave us, Tatewaki said simply. The others all glared at Kaiuthu as they walked past him and out the doors. With the doors shut, Kaiuthu managed to relax some. It was obvious that Kuno Tatewaki was a reasonable man, no matter how demented he might have been. He just had to appeal to that reason to get what he wanted. Kuno-sensei, your popularity is unparalleled. Whatever you desire is yours to take. You've changed the world almost on your own. Your influence is boundless. It would be so easy for you to. Kaiuthu ground to a halt when he saw the small smile on Tatewaki's face. An interesting idea, indeed. What is thy name, young man? Gosankuji. Gosankuji Kaiuthu, he answered. Tatewaki's face darkened at the mention of the name. Though this one seemed to have none of the sorcerer's leanings that his relatives did. And strangely, he looked somewhat familiar. That dark gaze and the eyes like those of a rat, quick and intelligent. Those he could not mistake as the eyes of his mysterious visitor. There was a higher power at work here, and how could he deny the power that seemed determined to bring about his rise to status of semi-deity? Gosankuji Kaiuthu, expound. Kyuthu felt a shiver of excitement run through him. It was working. 2022 winter. As soon as the name of Kuno Tatewaki was made known to be in the political race, nothing could stop him. It was more than a landslide. The ease with which he had won. It hadn't mattered that he had decided, with the help of his group of advisors, especially one Gosankuji Kyuthu, to try for political office only 4 months ago. He was too popular, too beloved to be denied. And then he was too powerful to be denied. While he was powerful, his advisors were powerful. And his most trusted, most intelligent, most resourceful advisor shared quite healthfully in that power. More so than he should have. 2023 spring. Kuno-sensei, you must prepare for your speaking engagement. Don't trouble yourself with that. I'll take care of it. Kyuthu moved the stack of papers away from Tatewaki and tried to get him to stand. You can't let these little things get in the way of the larger picture. The welfare of the people's spirit. That's your concern. Tatewaki stood up slowly, looking at the papers Gosankuji had taken away. He was getting a strange feeling about this young man. One he didn't like. And the next week. Kuno-sensei, that's already been taken care of for you. It's not your concern. You've got a press conference to worry about. You need to get ready. And the next. Kuno-sensei, I'll do it. It's too much of a burden for you. It's more important that you work on your speech to the UN conglomeration. And for the next month. Kuno-sensei, just relax. You had nothing to worry about. Just go about your regular business. Leave the foundation to me. You don't need to worry about the little stuff while you've got the big rally coming up. Then there came a point where Gosankuji Kyuthu was the foundation. He did everything. He ran everything. And Kuno Tatewaki was little more than a popular figurehead with some extreme eccentricities. What exactly went on in the Kuno Foundation was no longer his concern, as Gosankuji reminded him so often. He had even overheard Gosankuji mentioning something about Kodakai on the secured phone. He had been whispering so it was hard to tell, but Gosankuji hadn't looked very happy at all. Then Gosankuji had turned and saw him standing there, and the little man had the nerve to yell at him. Imagine, the man Kuno Tatewaki had brought to power, no matter how accidentally, was yelling at him after he had been talking about Kodakai. But did it really matter? He had his own life, things to worry about, when Gosankuji allowed him, and Kodakai had hers, and maybe he should just mind his own business. Besides, he had plenty of stuff to do. Didn't he? It seemed that lately, it had gotten hard to think straight. He couldn't concentrate on much of anything, and had to rely on writers to prepare speeches for him. It had gotten so bad, he couldn't remember what speeches he was giving, or what ones he had given the week before. Yet, he rationalized that it was simple stress and fatigue, and that it was a good thing Kyuthu was handling things. Wasn't it? Chords, vibrations, and harmonic ecstasies echoed passionately on every hand, while on my ravished sight burst the stupendous spectacle of ultimate beauty. Beyond the Wall of Sleep by H.P. Lovecraft 2032 Winter Boring. That was the one word that seemed to describe the life of a ghost best for I can. Boring. There was only so much satisfaction to be had from observing everything. Not to mention, the world wasn't all that pleasant to sightsee around. Sure, she had come across other ghosts before, but, frankly, she hadn't been too fond of them. Oh, sure, they had been someone to talk to, but, well, it just wasn't all that great. No beating around the bush, it was awful. How they moaned of things left undone, their families and friends, how it was so unfair and how miserable they were. Like she didn't know this. She had only been 16 and had left plenty of things undone. She knew how unfair it was and how miserable she was. She didn't need some glowing blob of angst telling her that. So the loneliness was better than suffering through someone else's mistakes and problems. And that brought her to where she was at the moment. Boredom and curiosity, and maybe even a touch of fright. She had been working up the courage, after seeing some of the other less pleasant things that had happened to her friends and family. She had one other person that maybe she didn't really want to see, but the curiosity was enough to kill her. Again, that curiosity led her to the building she was currently standing in front of. Looking up, she could see, just barely, the top floor. That was where she was heading. Getting there wasn't the problem. No one could see her, and she simply passed through any sort of security. It was having to go through it all without fleeing in horror. The fact that this was what the world had become, more so than what was outside, sickened her. Unable to ride the elevator to the top as no one ever went up there, Akan was stuck looking for an alternate way. Wandering the halls of an upper floor, she closed her eyes to everything that went on around her until she was able to locate the emergency stairs. It seemed that not even the vaunted Kuno Foundation could get around those. And as she headed up the stairs, she could feel the intimidation building within her. She still wasn't sure why she was doing such a foolish thing. It was simple curiosity and she didn't need to do it. Yet, she knew that if she didn't, she would always wonder. The door was amazingly simple for leading to a penthouse. It looked like all the other doors, except it was labeled with a P. Hoping that it wouldn't be like the rest of the building, she passed through the door. Impressive was the first word that came to mind. She had seen luxury, but none of it topped this. Almost the entire penthouse was open, not divided into separate rooms as normally seen. The sunlight streaming through the windows made the place rather cheery looking, but the true nature of it could not be disguised. It had almost a tangible aura as a prison. The prisoner was currently kneeling in the middle of the floor, his head bowed and eyes closed. There could be no mistaking who it was. "Kuno-senpai," she whispered, almost in awe. He raised his head then, opening his eyes slowly. He looked right at her, and Akan instinctively froze. It took a few seconds for her to get over that, Knowing that he couldn't see her, Akan began to walk to her right, meaning to investigate the penthouse more closely, but as she moved, he tracked her. Telling herself it was simply coincidence, she walked back to her left, watching him out of the corner of her eye. Still he watched her. Finally, Akan couldn't help herself. She faced him and met his gaze. He was most definitely looking at her, right in her eyes. "How? You can see me?" Akan asked, slightly afraid. "An angel. You are my angel. You are my sign from heaven that I've done things right," he cried out suddenly. Any sort of practiced personality as the blue thunder was gone. Seeing Akan there, once more, his soul cried out for her, to possess her. "I'm not an angel. I'm not a sign from heaven." She wanted to run, to leave, but there was something so strangely captivating about the situation, standing there in front of Kuno Tatewaki, the apparent savior of the world. And she could feel the need within him, the intangible force of his soul touch her incorporeal body. "Don't deny it. Don't deny your purpose for coming here. Tell me that I've done it all for a reason. Tell me that I've done good, and that the world is a better place. Please, tell me that I don't have to do this any longer." He remained on his knees from his meditation, but it looked more like he was begging her. Akan took a step back. The feeling she was getting from him was strange, almost comforting. How badly he needed her, how desperately he did. It was comfort and power and sadness and pity all wrapped together, and it almost brought tears to her eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said quietly. "But it's you. It's you, and you're dead. If you're not an angel, what are you? I can't believe you're a demon. I will not believe it." He got to his feet slowly, as if his strength had left him many years ago. "Tell me why you've come." Getting more and more nervous about the encounter, Akan backed up more. Any farther and she would end up passing through the door. "I don't know. I just wanted." The sudden fury on his face was terrifying to her. "You left once and you took my soul. And now you've returned. Is it to mock me? To make light of the fact that I was never able to have you, even when you were my life?" He took one small step forward, his hand clenching into a fist. "Your fault. Sotome's fault. The monastery. Everything was because of you." He yelled at her, then fell back to his knees, exhausted. His head was down, avoiding looking at the apparition. "It was all because of you. Everything. Because of you, for you, because I needed you and couldn't live without you. Somehow, I managed to. I don't know how. I shouldn't have come. I just wanted to see how things were. I'm sorry." Akan was about to pass through the door and escape the building as quickly as possible. "No," he said sharply. "Please, don't leave again," he pleaded. "You're the only one. You haven't changed, and everyone else has sunk into the pit of my obsession with me." He hung his head, unable to meet her frightened eyes. "Unless this is simply another delusion, Another lie I make to try and feel better about the world. The world that I've created. He looked up at her then, his eyes sad and filled with pain. No. I haven't created anything. I've only destroyed, and the others. They used me to shape things the way they wanted them to be. Silence. Akan couldn't believe what she was hearing. Oh, it did stand to reason that after her death, maybe he would have learned, or gotten better, or grown up. Maybe if everyone hadn't died, and I let them, I could have stopped them if I wanted to. I didn't need to give in to their demands, but what else did I have? Paralyzed, Akan listened, was forced to listen to the things that had happened because the things that were her fault, the things that were Ranma's death's fault, the things that were Hako's eyes' fault. The one thing I had lived for was taken away from me, and nothing would bring it back. Nothing would bring you back. And now, he looked up at her and there was a glint of true madness in his eyes. Do you know what Tofu's done? Can you see that? Akan shook her head. She wasn't sure she wanted to know either. He smiled wickedly at her, arrogantly, and a tiny bit of his old self shone through. After he blackmailed me, he didn't try very hard at keeping secret how he plans to bring your sister back to life. The wickedness shifted quickly to pure anger. And his vengeance is pure, for she has tainted you, poisoned your name, soiled your memory. His vengeance should be my vengeance. Akan closed her eyes momentarily, his spirit still clutching at her. Kuno-senpai. And she was dead. I saw her in pieces and he'll bring her back to life. She'll be alive, but her punishment won't be enough, and I'll have to start all over again because she's dead. She's dead and she should stay that way. Things started to slide past him. Alive, dead, alive, dead, 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 alive, they were all dead. Akan could feel it now. She could feel his tentative hold on his sanity, his grief, his anger, his pain, and she couldn't help herself. She wanted to run, but she didn't. What happened? How did this happen? Her feet moved her forward. I can't stand it any longer. I can't do it. I've failed. I know I have. The world is a better place for the others. The world is still as miserable as I remember it after you died. He shook his head. It's all a lie. The consistency trials may seem like a good idea, but consistency is a lie. Consistency doesn't exist in anything. Everything must change. I wish it hadn't. The strange wistful turn his words had taken bolstered Akan. She walked forward until she stood directly in front of him. I'm sorry, she whispered. He laughed harshly. Sorry. If it were only that easy. If only sorry could take back all the things that had happened. If it could take back what had happened to your sisters. What had happened to all those people he had cleansed in his name. Even now, I wish for. He wished for it, wished for the return to the old days. If it meant he was old and alone, it mattered not, because it would mean things would be different. He wished for it, but he could not say it aloud. He wished for Saotome Ranma to be alive once again. He could not say it though. I wish it did. I would tell you I was sorry and then you would stay with me forever. You would stay with me and make me complete because I yearn for you. I have yearned for you for 40 years. Oh, I don't know why. Obsession, Akane said simply, though she knew it wasn't wholly true. If it was that easy to explain, things would not be as you see them now. I am not obsessed with you, Tendo Akane. Quite simply, I need you. I have always needed you. I shall always need you. You. You are my life. Without you, I am nothing. The day you died was the day I was cast into hell, never to return. His eyes fairly glowed with muted fury. Glowed with the fires of hell, the ethereal flames that had claimed him in the monastery all those years ago. Kuno-senpai, I don't know what to say. You need not say anything. I know perfectly well how you feel about me. Why else would you come to taunt me? The fire in his gaze seemed to die out at that, and his face grew sad again. I'm not here to taunt you. It is a delusion then. Strange. I thought those had stopped once I had ceased taking all those vitamins. No doubt, he has other ways of keeping me carefully controlled. A tiny, rueful smile managed to show itself on his face as he looked at Akane. It was too much. Akane had never heard this side of things. She knew how difficult it had been for Tofu with Kasumi's. But drugging Kuno? That seemed insane. I'm not a delusion. I'm a ghost. Kuno's smile grew. It even became somewhat caring. Ah, then you've come to haunt me. It matters not. Even in your current state, your presence soothes me. Had you appeared years earlier, I might have found the strength to stand up to Ono. Alas, it's too late. Too late? Too late for what? This was far more interesting than simply observing, yet Akane had no idea how he could see and hear her. Apparently, he didn't either. It's too late for your sister. I'm afraid I had a hand in that. Oh. I'm not sure whether I'm happy or sad over it. Kasumi? Akane asked in a very weak voice. How could he know? No one should have known about that. Mumbled Ebiki. With the movements of a very old man, he stood and moved to sit on the plush couch that he rarely used. It was a comfort this day. What about my sister? She killed Kasumi. She framed Ryuga, and then she tried to kill herself. He ignored the shocked look on Akane's face. He was too tired to deal with it all. Corp is quite talented at keeping people alive, and bringing them back to life. He shrugged in a gruesomely simple manner compared with the things he was saying. Your sister, who sullied your name, shall be in the service of the Kuno Foundation. The way he said it made Akane's skin crawl. How? The standard methods of degradation and servitude they employ. Yes, they. Not I. The Kuno Foundation has nothing to do with me or my sister or my long-dead father, and there are no descendants. Indeed, if any woman besides you would have been able to help me, I doubt she would have ever been attracted to me. Nor would Ono have allowed it. And therein lay the problem. He was being controlled by a ruthless man, more insane than he had ever been. He was being controlled the same way he had been. Kyuthu. That little bastard Kyuthu. And he hadn't even seen it. He hadn't even cared. Everything had been pulled out from underneath him, and he had let them do it. How long? How long ago had they gently removed all power from his hands and left him a foolish puppet? A puppet of Ono and Gosankuji. The thought, if it hadn't been so horrifying, would have made him laugh. In fact, he did laugh, but it was harsh and bitter with no mirth at all. What irony! The people of the world were my puppets, and yet, I was Ono's puppet. I was Gosankuji's puppet. I had been used, and it's only fitting that I am here now. His eyes slid closed, and he said nothing more. The desperate grabbing had ceased, to Akan's relief, and it was now muted down to a soft stroking sensation. They were the only terms Akan could think of, but they fit. His spirit was stroking her in a manner that made her ache with loneliness, desire the companionship of Ranma. She left then, without another word. She wouldn't be able to stand him begging her to stay. It was strange. It had been a long time since Akan had been able to talk to anyone, and frankly, the conversation with Kuno had been almost refreshing. As warped and weird as it might have been. She had avoided everyone as much as possible in the days following her visit to the Kuno Foundation stronghold, thinking about the things she had heard. But what could she do? She was a ghost and forced to exist with the knowledge, the weight of it all resting on her shoulders. And she was alone. That was the worst part of it all. The process was simpler the second time. She knew right where to go. Now if she could only gather the courage to pass through that door with the letter P on it. Several times she started to, but the thought of the things he had told her held her back. It was like a horrible car accident. She didn't want to, but she did want. She needed to. Nodding firmly once, she passed through the door without a second thought. The sun was much muted this time, but other than that, the scene was the same. Kuno-senpai, Akan called, not approaching his figure kneeling on the floor. I'm back. Lifting his head slowly, Tatewaki looked at the apparition. Instead of the amazed joy that had been on his face when he had first believed it was her, there was only sadness this time. So you'd returned. How appropriate that it would be a ghost to keep me company in this cage without bars. I am already a ghost, without life, without freedom, without anything. Should I leave? I just wanted. Don't leave. You may stay as long as you like. I shall receive no visitors. I never do. Sometimes, Ono requests my presence, but no one ever comes up here. Tatewaki sighed heavily, breaking from his strictly formal kneeling position to sit with his legs crossed. It was so absurdly normal, Akan almost wanted to laugh. Seeing his lack of emotion, she approached him, her figure becoming even more insubstantial in the sunlight. I'd have to ask, How can you see me? I haven't met many people that have been able to see me. No one that's actually understood what I was. Smiling, looking like he might fall asleep, dreaming of better things. Take what he said. Who is to say? I saw the demon before, and I see you now. Oh, I refuse to believe it has anything to do with my tenuous connection to my spiritual center. Let us simply say that I am damned, already dead, and that is how, because I truly do not know. He opened his eyes widely for a moment, as if he was trying to wake himself up. And angel or not, I know that I am blessed by your presence. Please don't say that. I made such a horrible mistake. I hate this, hate being like this. All I ever wanted was to be with Ranma. Akan sat on the floor a few feet away. That was the only thing, and now look what I'd done. If he was here, he'd call me a stubborn, clumsy, tomboy that couldn't even die in the right way. She laughed a little, tears sliding on her cheeks. It should have been me. Akan looked up at Tatewaki. What? It should have been me. It should have been my presence that the world rid itself of, not yours. I had done nothing but destroy and be used as a puppet. Tatewaki smiled widely then, triumphant on his face. That is my life's destiny. I shall always be someone's puppet. There is no escaping it. For some reason, the situation was enough to break Akan's heart. She had no one, a ghost doomed to walk eternally without anyone. Tatewaki was the living dead, not a person, not alive. They made a strange pair indeed. I grow tired of this existence, Tatewaki continued. I grow tired of this, but Oma will not let me die. He and Gosunkuji think I don't know their little schemes. Hiding and pretending was something I gave up after Oma wasn't happy with the money I gave him. After he demanded more and more. I know how they control me. The strings are no longer hidden. They control me, and through me, they control the people, and through the people, they control the world. Everything, and it's all because of my stupidity. And all I want to do is die now. That was the one unique and special thing about being a ghost for Akan. She could feel his spirit, feel that it had given up, and she knew, deep inside, that when she had died, he had as well. Everything was so unfair. Why did it all have to hinge on that one act? That one hateful act of Rapo's eyes? Why did it all have to happen that way? And why did she have to be so helpless now? No matter how much she had liked Dr. Tofu, or how much he had loved Kasumi, things had gone too far. In Akan's opinion, after hearing about the things he was planning, he was far worse than Kodakai had ever been. Who knows, senpai? Do you really think that my sister has to be punished for what she did? She asked. Tatewaki looked at her, completely unemotional. I don't care any longer. If she does, it's not in any way that Oma would do it. She attempted to do the honorable thing, and while I have called for vengeance against her in the past, I realize that it is a foolish thing now. What would it accomplish? He sighed heavily, drained from the admission of weakness on his part. Kuno-senpai, Akan said, thinking her words through carefully. I've seen some of the things Dr. Tofu's done. I saw it all, and it scared me. I don't like what he's done. Kuno-senpai, maybe it's time you did something about it. This was a big risk on Akan's part. There was no telling what kind of reaction she would get. If I could, I would. His endless blackmailing grows tiresome, but what am I to do? He knows all the secrets about me, about my sister. So what? Does it matter? You said you were tired of it anyway. So who cares if he starts revealing your secrets? What's the worst that will happen? You won't be their puppet? Akan asked. She got the feeling that she might be getting somewhere with this. Their tortures are aplenty, Kendo Akan. You had no idea. So what? Wouldn't it be worth it to have your revenge on them? To get back for all that they've done against you? To leak out all their dirty little secrets? You've got to know some of them. It was strangely exhilarating, talking about revealing someone's most hidden secrets in a malicious manner like this, where no one else would know. That moment, Akan knew what it was that Nebiki had always found so fabulously fun about knowing things others didn't. Powerless as a lone ghost, with someone that could actually see and hear her, she could do almost anything. Kuno-senpai, I want to help you. I want to help you put things right. Akan didn't leave the Kuno Foundation building very often. It was funny how blatant people were when they thought no one was watching, no one could see them. All in all, no one would ever know who or how besides Kuno. But was it the unfairness of death that did this to her, that made her malicious and vindictive? Maybe, but she didn't care. What's the worst thing, the absolute worst thing that's ever been done by Anocorp? Or the K Foundation? She asked, starting to get quite enthusiastic. Cakewalkie looked down at the floor and even chewed his lip a little. I'm not sure. There are many secrets, but as for which would be most damaging, I can't say. Anything that has to do with the public, the people, or maybe, well, it's not common knowledge how intertwined Anocorp and the Foundation are, and there has been quite a bit of protest over some of Anocorp's experimental work. If it got out that, Akan's eyes lit up with malicious glee. Yeah, that would be a good place to start. Start? Cakewalkie asked. It still felt like some sort of weird dream to him, something induced by more of Ono's drugs. Yes. You don't think you can just stop by getting egg on their faces? Something like that would blow over in no time. People would forget about it as soon as the next great discovery was made. Akan had learned a few things wandering. She still looked 16, but she was far from naive, far from innocent. She had a pretty good idea how a place like Anocorp would operate. I suppose not. But what else? Anything. Whether it's the truth or something we have to make up, it doesn't matter. But don't we see? You have the power over them. You just need to use it. Cakewalkie was looking off into the distance. He began to nod his head slowly. Yes, I do have the power over them, he said absently. I do. Akan smiled proudly. Yes, things were going better than she could have expected. Once this happens, they will know immediately who's done it. There is no hiding my identity, Cakewalkie said to Akan. And I've never been fond of these machines either. You've never used one? Not for more than a few minutes. Akan frowned. That wouldn't do. They needed to do it quickly, get the information and leave as fast as possible to delay the inevitable. That's the point, she said absently, trying to think of a way around the problem. You want them to know it's you, right? You want to force a confrontation. Cakewalkie nodded, his hands resting uncomfortably on the keyboard. Well, why don't we try just looking around the system first? It might be menu-based, and I think we could handle that, Akan offered. It wasn't like she had any more experience on the thing than he did. She just had a clearer mind. Swallowing and taking a quick breath, Cakewalkie typed in his username and password. That much he had not forgotten. The cursor blinked at him for a few moments before it acknowledged that he was logged in. His last login date appeared, along with the announcement that he had new mail. Pressing return to get to the meat of the system, the two looked at the simplistic menu that appeared on the screen. Akan immediately pointed at the option for intelligence/surveillance reports, but Cakewalkie shook his head. I must check my mail first, he proclaimed. Rolling her eyes, Akan proceeded to drum her fingers through the table while he went through his mail. Strangely enough, when he opened it, there were only 2 messages, both from the highly respected chief executive Gosunkuji Kyuthu. Akan could see Cakewalkie's jaw clench as he looked at the screen. Read them, she said quietly. See what he has to say. The first message came up, and the animosity was almost tangible in the air. The little worm, Cakewalkie whispered, doing Ono's bidding. The message was simple and straightforward, with no pretext of respect or goodwill. Ono wishes your presence. New materials to try out. We'll send escort next week, Thursday. Gosunkuji, why did he mail this if you never check it? Akan asked. Why do you think? He delights in my torment. Cakewalkie remembered that Thursday very well, having been over a month ago. I was as I normally am, meditating, when Gosunkuji's hang of brutes stormed in and bodily removed me. It was most humiliating. Akan nodded. She bet it was probably frightening too, but knew he would never admit to that. What are those new materials he's talking about? The sudden look of hopelessness on Cakewalkie's face made her wish she hadn't asked. Often, the good doctor finds various materials that he finds use in testing on me. Drugs? Cakewalkie nodded. In a way, they were a good thing for a time. They kept me from seeing how futile it all was, how horribly I was being used. When I took them, I didn't care about anything. What easier way to control someone than if they care about nothing? He stabbed at the D key to delete the message. Then I stopped taking them. I stopped taking the pills and vitamins, and stopped eating for the most part. Survival has not been easy. There was silence as he stared sourly at the monitor, and Akan looked at him, now even more disgusted by the man she had thought was so kind and friendly. Ono Tofu. He demanded more money then, as well. I gave it to him, of course, for I could not refuse. My secrets were too important to me to let everyone see. I couldn't let anyone know. Take what, he said sadly. A snarl on her face, Akan shook her head. It's not your fault, Kuno-senpai. One tear rolled lazily down her face. Tatewaki hit return to read the next message. Presence required. Next week, Tuesday. Gosankuzi. He looked at the date on the message. Over a week ago, and it was currently Tuesday. Tuesday? Isn't that? Akan started to say. The elevator chimed softly and the door opened, revealing a group of men, looking nothing like the monks that he had used as escorts before. The group of 6 men exited the elevator calmly, walked over to Tatewaki, who looked at them with shock, and grabbed his arms. They lifted him, and when he refused to walk, they dragged him to the elevator. Please now, Kuno-sensei, Kyuthu said as he waited in the elevator. Don't fight. Just cooperate. Akan followed them into the elevator and could hear the insult in the young man's voice as he addressed Kuno. She could also see that he had a syringe in the hand at his side, just in case. Kuno-senpai, where are we going? She asked. Standing calmly amidst the men, Tatewaki asked imperiously, what do you desire of me now? Settle down, Kuno-sensei. Director Ono has something to discuss, Kyuthu answered, his voice velvety smooth. I had nothing to discuss with him, Tatewaki said with a sneer. That's fine, because I don't think he wants to hear anything of what you have to say. Kyuthu slipped the syringe back in his pocket. It seemed it wouldn't be necessary this time. The elevator ride was made in silence until it reached the ground floor. The door opened to reveal a garage and a waiting car. This was, or would have been if he had cared, wholly unacceptable to the Blue Thunder. Where is my proper escort? I refuse to go anywhere without thee. He grunted a little as the needle was stuck into his arm. Right away, his thinking got hazy and speech wasn't a realistic capability. What we have here will do just fine, Kuno-sensei. Just fine. Kyuthu gestured at the car, and the group of men herded the global savior into it. Akan followed as 4 of the men, Kyuthu, and Kuno piled in the back of the car and the door was shut. She was sitting uncomfortably on the floor of the car among their feet, looking at the one Kuno had called Gosankuzi. Kuno-senpai, how did he? When she looked back at Kuno, she could tell he was in no condition to be answering any of her questions. His eyes were mostly closed, his mouth hung open, and his head lolled against his chest. Whatever they had given him was strong and fast-working. That only made her more upset at them all. The fact that they couldn't even control him without drugs, didn't try. It was downright pathetic. That should keep you quiet on the way there, Kyuthu said, disposing of the used syringe, looking distastefully at his superior. Kyuthu shook his head. Pathetic fool. I can take what he said, his voice horribly slurred. What is it, senpai? She asked quietly, feeling very strange talking amongst all the other people there. I can. Why didn't you ever like me? He asked, drawing stares from the other people in the car. I think you know why, she answered. I needed you. You never showed it. You never showed it the way I needed someone to show it. Not until Ranma. Kuno-sensei, what are you talking about? Kyuthu asked, leaning forward some. Akan glanced at him and glared. Don't talk to him, Kuno-senpai. He's one of the ones who did this to you. Don't tell him. I know. I won't. You won't what, Kuno-sensei? Kyuthu asked. I can see why you don't like him very much. He's the slime, Akan said, shaking her head. He is. I never liked him. Akan chuckled at that. We'll talk later. I want to see where we're going. It won't be a pleasant visit. Don't worry about that. Just keep quiet. It was Onocorp and the Kuno Foundation without the little signs out front. It was large and somber and quite clinical looking. It was just about what Akan expected it to look like. The car pulled down the long, winding drive and approached the somber, windowless building. Akan found herself getting rather anxious, wanting to know exactly what was so horrible, but after what Kuno had said about Nebiki, the car pulled around the back of the building into a well-secured garage. One of the windows was lowered ever so briefly to reveal a stony-faced guard, who nodded when seeing Kyuthu. Good day, Chief Executor, he said, then stepped away from the vehicle. The car continued onward until the only light came from the pale lights hanging overhead and there was no sign of the way they had come in. With the car coming to a gentle stop in front of a simple-looking door, the car door was opened from the outside. The man sitting next to Kyuthu was first to exit, with Kyuthu following him closely. Please assist the Blue Thunder. He has an appointment to keep. Kyuthu adjusted his tie as he watched the men pull Kuno from the car. Don't shake him too much. We wouldn't want him making any messes on the carpet, Kyuthu added with a smirk. Yes, sir. We'll be careful. Yes. That unfortunate side effect hasn't been eliminated yet. Kyuthu patted Takewaki on the shoulder. Don't worry, Kuno-sensei. With your help, I'm sure that puzzle will be solved in no time. Akan followed close behind. Kuno-senpai, how long do you think this will take? She asked. Hour. Takewaki managed to answer, though he looked a little green and was obviously trying very hard not to be ill. He didn't know what they used on him, but it was far stronger than anything his sister had ever dreamed about. While she had been a wannabe, if skillful, chemist, she had nothing on the scientists at the Foundation and Onocorp. They were quite serious about their drugs. Kuno-sensei, what are these little mysteries you keep opening up to us? Kyuthu asked him. and please walk. These men aren't paid to be your babysitters. Akan wanted to look around some, but she wanted to get a good look at Tofu before she left. She wanted to see the monster he had become. She wanted to see the man beneath the charming, silly exterior that her sister had married. She so desperately wanted to really feel something again, even if it was hatred and loathing. The group rode up an elevator in silence except for the hitching sounds Tatewaki was making. Kyuthu stood as far away from him as possible. I must remember to lower the dosage next time, he mentioned to himself. It's never been this bad before. He stepped only as close as necessary, and lifted Tatewaki's head. Using his thumb, he pulled open each eyelid to reveal very dilated pupils. Letting Tatewaki's head fall, Kyuthu nodded. Definitely too much. The potency has increased, it seems. Wishing for some sudden, painful death to befall the head of the Kuno Foundation, Akan stood back. She wanted nothing to do with this group of people and their lies and deceptions and blackmail, but it was like she was forced to do it. She couldn't just leave. Instead of being totally consumed by her negative emotions, she tried something a little different. She had been able to feel Kuno's spirit trying to possess her. That meant she could influence him in some tangible way, no doubt. Even if she couldn't, she would try. She extended herself, a small fragment of herself, out to him and felt him immediately grab onto it. The next thing she did was the hardest she had ever done, besides giving up on Ranma. She gave a piece of herself to him. He gobbled it up greedily, but Akan could feel the change. She could feel the change in herself, and in him, like he was also a part of her now, or she was a part of him. It was a little scary, and very strange, and she knew that it was how it would have felt if she and Ranma would have been ever able to continue their relationship past the point of insults and into the area of actual love. Nothing could have made her sadder than that grim realization. She had never hated herself more than in that moment. But before she had time to dwell on it extensively, the elevator arrived at its destination, and the door opened silently. The men removed Tatewaki from the elevator with Kyuthu following lazily. He was not in any rush. These little get-togethers were invariably long and drawn out, boring for him really. He never bothered to sit in on them, though he was welcome to. It was far more relaxing to sit with a cup of coffee and chat with the pretty girl that was Tofu's administrative assistant. Kyuthu nodded and smiled at her as Tatewaki was removed from their sight into Tofu's office. He just knew it would be longer than usual this time. "Ah, it's about time you got here, Wakey. I didn't want to have to send a second summons. I do so dislike repeating myself," Tofu said from behind his desk as the men deposited Tatewaki on the floor and exited the room. Tatewaki could only sit on the floor, his head alternating between a loud buzzing and inky darkness, and slowly rock himself. Tofu sighed and shook his head. "When will you learn to cooperate? It would be so much simpler if you didn't resist. Kyuthu wouldn't be forced to subdue you." Tofu stood up and walked around his desk to lean against it as he watched Tatewaki. "You look rather awful this time." Unbeknownst to him, Akan watched everything with cold, dispassionate eyes. She knew that if she tried hard enough, she could manifest herself, become visible to even those who could not see ghosts, and if she let her anger take hold of her, she would end up revealing her existence to Tofu. She wanted to avoid that at all costs. The man before her was most definitely not the same man she had known. This man was cold and cruel, without compassion, without mercy. He was absorbed in his own ideas of vengeance and justice, and knew nothing about Kasumi. Kasumi would not have wanted any of this suffering that he was causing. "Here, Wakey, let me help you with that problem." Tofu had anticipated that Tatewaki might be somewhat resistant to coming to the meeting, so he had an antidote ready for him. "Hold still, Wakey," he warned as he prepared to inject the contents of the syringe into Tatewaki's arm. Tatewaki's body jerked at the sudden flood of powerful stimulants through his system. Right away, the buzzing died down, and he felt almost completely back to normal. Except for one thing. Tofu went back to leaning against his desk, and with his foot, pushed a small, line can at Tatewaki. "You know how much I hate calling you away from your duties," he said as Tatewaki grabbed the can. Watching the after effects of the drugs take their hold, Tofu grimaced and shook his head. "You know if you get any of that on the floor, Wakey, you're going to have to clean it up." After a few more minutes of retching into the can, Tatewaki sat up, looking tired and drained. "What do you want now?" he asked, his voice hoarse, throat sore from the stomach acid. "First, I think I want someone to get rid of that," Tofu replied, pointing at the can. He hit a button on his desk, which promptly summoned one of his lackeys. "Please take care of the Blue Funder's mess." The young man, another Ono in training probably, nodded, picked up the can and left. "Why do you let them do this to you?" Akan asked. "They barely treated him as an animal, and not with the same respect that an animal would have received." Tatewaki shook his head. With his full faculties, he could not speak to her in front of Ono. He would know there was something up, even if Kyuthu was clueless. "Now then, about last month's payment." Tofu considered the person before him carefully. There was something wrong, something different. He would have to keep a closer eye on him. Tofu made a mental note to talk to Kyuthu about it. "I'll be back, Kuno-senpai," Akan said then. "I'm going to look around." She could not stand to be in Ono Tofu's presence any longer. She wandered through the building, really not finding anything all that interesting. There were offices and meeting rooms, and the usual things one might find in an office building. Yet, Akan knew that somewhere, Tofu had all his secrets hidden. All the things that a sane person would scream over, be outraged at, Akan knew they were here. It was only when she went lower, found her way deeper, that she could see the beginnings of secrets. Security doors in various places, control rooms, laboratories, things she wasn't interested in. and then she stumbled upon it. Her body began to shake as she looked at the large room she was standing in. She had found it. She had found Tofu's dirty secret, and she was none too happy about it. This was what Kuno had told her about. This what he'd warned her about. There, in front of her, was Nabiki's head, floating in a tank. What made it even worse was the fact that it wasn't her disembodied head, but her soul. A perfect, slightly translucent, bluish-green image of her sister's head hovering the air. Instead of any sort of body, she had only a formless cloud that seemed to pulsate, almost like a heartbeat. Akan put one hand over her mouth and stared. Stretching out from the cloud were 5 wispy tentacles of sorts, reaching out to 4 separate tanks, and 1 passade through a wall. That was bad, but it wasn't the worst. The eyes. They were the worst. They were half-lit and glassy, glazed over. Akan couldn't find any shred of consciousness or personality in the dead gaze, but they seemed to stare at her. She moved to look at one of the tanks and glanced back. Still the eyes seemed to be looking at her. And when she saw what was in the tank, what the ethereal tentacle was trying to hold on to, her revulsion grew. In the tank, floated, what Akan presumed to be, Nabiki's disembodied arm. The tentacle seemed to be trying to emulate the shape of the arm, though it was imperfect and incomplete. She looked back at the head, staring at her, then back at the tentacle/arm. There was a slight ripple along the length of the tentacle, radiating out from the head and moving down all the tentacles, and the hand twitched. No, not just a twitch. The hand seemed to wave at her. The ripple moved the hand up and down slowly, the fingers played slightly apart, like they were floating in water. That was it for Akan. She left the room as quickly as she could through the nearest wall, doing the closest thing to throwing up a ghost could. What she found there wasn't any better. Akan ended up in a sterile room. The walls were off-white, smooth and seamless. There was a gentle humming of air processors, circulating clean, sterilized oxygen flowing into the room. There were other, less pleasant noises as well. The gentle whir of precision machinery seemed to drown out all her other thoughts. The small, mechanical arms moved quickly, purposefully, with inhuman skill. It was necessary, for they were doing delicate work that took years to complete. And this wasn't the first attempt either. Akan's eyebrow twitched and her ghostly form took on a greenish cast. All she could hear was the whirring. The whirring punctuated by the wet slapping sound. She watched, fascinated and horrified as the arms went about their gruesome task. There were about 10 of the arms, working in pairs, sorting through what could only be described as a pile of guts. Nabiki's guts. The arms would gently pick up a piece of whatever it was, some internal organ or another, turn it over and around, as if they were looking for something on it, then drop it back down. That was the cause of the splattering noise. Once the arms found something, Akan could not fathom at all what was going on. They began to move very quickly, almost to the point of becoming a blur, picking at the tissue. The whirring sound Splooch. Akan started shaking her head then, the tentacle from the other room trying very hard to emulate the massive internal organs and tissues, twitching periodically. Akan watched a pair of arms pull out a long section of an intestine and drop it back to the table. Splooch moved speedily, touching it, picking at it, weaving back and forth over it, but Akan had no idea what they were actually doing. And again. That was when Akan had to leave. She had seen enough of Tofu's secrets, and she didn't care to see more. She had to get back to Kuno and leave this hellish place. If that is what you want. It is, Wakey. Funding is hard to come by for projects like these. I seem to remember you being very enthusiastic about the Lazarus project before. What's happened to you? Tofu asked, currently sitting behind his desk. Akan entered the room then, her entire body a grayish, and she had a stunned look on her face. Kuno-senpai. What was that down there? I've given you your desired money. If you had nothing else you wish of me. Tofu waved his hand at him. No, Wakey. You've been quite helpful. Oh, I think I will need to see you next month for one of our usual sessions. I truly despise you. Take what he said in a moment of lost control. That's lovely to hear, Tofu said, turning his attention to some papers on his desk. You can leave now, Wakey. That's a hint. Scowling at Tofu, Takewaki turned and left the office with Akan closed behind him. I've got my eye on you, Wakey, Tofu said quietly when the door shut. Kuno-senpai, what was that down there? What is he doing with my sister? Akan asked frantically. He could only shake his head as two men flanked him. He started to walk back to the elevator, but one of them put his hand in his path. Wait, was the only thing he said. Takewaki sighed and waited. No, he would never have the simple peace that he desired. Gosankuji and Ona would not allow it. And now that Akan was with him, he wanted nothing more than his privacy so he could speak with her. Kyufu walked briskly down the hall toward him, smiling slightly. He did so enjoy chatting with that lovely young lady. That was quick, Kuno-sensei. I thought you'd be in there longer. How fortunate that I was not, he responded flatly. Yes, well, a minor inconvenience, but I'm sure Director Ono had his reasons. Either way, it's time to take you back and settle you in, won't you like that, Kuno-sensei? I think that he started to say. Kuno-senpai, don't, Akan warned, clenching down on what he truly wanted to say. Take what he said, I would like that very much. Kuno-sensei, you don't sound well. You're not experiencing any side effects, are you? Kyufu asked, looking at him closely. Prized possession indeed. Gosankuji looked at him like he was some farm animal before a show. I feel perfectly fine. Excellent. You know I don't like having to do that to you, but you get so unreasonable at times. I'm just glad to see you're feeling better, Kuno-sensei. I bet you are, Takewaki and Akan said simultaneously. Kyuthu raised an eyebrow at the utterance, but said nothing more. The elevator doors opened silently, and Tatewaki stepped out into the empty penthouse. Things had never seemed clearer to him. Ever since Akan had appeared to him, he had really been able to see and comprehend, truly, what was going on. When she hadn't been there, it had been easy enough to just let everything go. He simply hadn't cared, but Akan had made him care. If she could be nice enough to treat him as a person and not a pet, then so should the rest of them. Yes, he would readily go along with Akan's plan now. It was time to show them that he had the capacity to think, to plan, to scheme, to kill. After all, he had done it before. I want you to keep a closer eye on him. He's up to something, and I don't like it. Please now, Director. If you were around him as much as I am, you'd see that he's harmless. Really, I think you're overreacting. Why don't you just let me take care of this? There's no need to work yourself up over it. Tofu's voice held the slightest hint of anger. Thank you, Kyuthu. Your advice is noted and rejected. If you won't do it, I will. Kyuthu sighed dramatically. He was quite pleased that there was no video as he rolled his eyes. Of course, Director, he said agreeably. If that's what you think needs to be done. He emphasized think very slightly. Tofu umphed and disconnected. Kyuthu returned to what he had been doing before Tofu had contacted him. What the hell did Ono know anyway? He had his little projects, and he also had Kyuthu's far more important projects. But what did he know about Kuno Tatewaki? Not nearly as much as he did. Tofu didn't have to deal with him every day. Didn't have to listen to his ranting. Didn't have to deal with his resistance. Didn't have to deal with all the stupid little things the Blue Thunder demanded. So what the hell did Ono Tofu know? Not a whole lot in Kyuthu's book. Kuno-senpai, I want an answer. What was that? Akan yelled. I told you before. It is your sister. It is Ono's process of revenge, Tatewaki answered, sitting down on the single piece of furniture on the penthouse. But, she was in pieces. Yes. The bomb was quite devastating. It was the best Ono could do with her. I have no doubt that he will succeed though. His vengeance will drive him onward. Akan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. What were they doing? I saw. The tissue rebuilding? Akan shrugged, unable to get that scene out of her mind. The mechanical arms. That is how tissue is rebuilt. It is a very long process, taking years, as tissue, skin, organs, muscle, is reconstructed from a genetic pattern. It is quite gruesome, Tatewaki answered simply. Sure, the body parts and tanks were bad, but the pile of crap on the table with those little needles picking at it, that was far worse. I wish I could say I was still outraged at it. I was the first time I saw it, but it's become common. At least for Ono it is. Nothing he does surprises me. It was then that Tatewaki really looked at Akan. Did you get your answers? Did you find out what you wanted to know? Akan nodded. I found all I needed. And whatever she had thought previously of doing to Tofu was far too good to him. The plan started to form in Akan's mind in bits and pieces. She would come up with ideas, then ways to accomplish those ideas, then ways to avoid quick discovery. All in all, she had come up with a very elaborate plan involving falsified identities, smuggling in controlled technologies, and leaking information to the press, all to screw Tofu over once and for all. She wasn't very happy about the controlled technologies, but Kuno had insisted on it when he had heard her initial plan. She didn't want this to be a repeat of things that had happened in the past, but it seemed like it couldn't be avoided. The Lazarus Project. That's what he calls it. Akan nodded. I don't know how people will take that. I mean, don't people want to be saved from dying? She asked. True, she didn't like seeing her sister in such a state, but that didn't mean other people wouldn't like the chance. Akan, you saw her. Would you want to exist like that? She's been that way ever since the explosion, over 6 years ago. Take what he said. Ever since Akan had told him of the plan, he had grown quite confident, more so than he had been before. But, to go through with the plan, he would have to be. I suppose you're right. She hadn't told him that she had seen Zabiki's soul, caught in some sort of limbo, purgatory. I still don't think it will be enough. And I don't think it will be enough to make anyone angry. Except me. Tatewaki nodded. I'm sorry you had to see that. Akan's eyes snapped open and the frown on her face deepened. Yeah, well, I guess it's time I got caught up on things, isn't it? It's time I saw just what everyone I knew has turned into, isn't it? It's about time I did something about it. Akan, you shouldn't. You shut up. This is partly your fault, you know. You let him do that. You gave him money to do it. Akan yelled, her aura turning red ever so slowly. Tatewaki lowered his eyes and looked at the floor at Akan's feet. I know. Akan growled at him, at his obsequiousness, and left the penthouse. She had plans to set in motion and yelling at him wasn't going to accomplish anything. She went first to the executive offices. There were several steps, several other people that would be unknowingly involved, and that was what she needed to do first. She went into an office at random to find the occupant already working on his terminal. That wasn't any good, so she went to the next office. The executive was just sitting down at his terminal, preparing to log in perfect. Akan stood right by him as he typed in his username, then watched carefully as he typed in his password. Keeping careful mental note of that, she went off to observe Kyuthu's administrative assistant. Akan doubted anyone would even question a request from Gosankuji Kyuthu, no matter how strange it might sound. So she waited and watched the woman do all of Gosankuji's busy work. The things she was most interested in were the little memos and requests the assistant made on behalf of Gosankuji. That was what she needed to do. The next morning, She would have to wait for the secretary to log in to get her a username and password too. A small, satisfied smile on her face, Akan headed back up to the penthouse. Night settled on the city. Akan paced the penthouse, unable to settle down. The things she was planning to do were illegal, but that was the least of her worries. What she was truly concerned about was what would happen to her. In life, if you murder, you are punished. In death, if you murder, what happens? She wandered around aimlessly, almost doing laps, lost in thought. Glancing quickly at Kuno, who was asleep sitting up against the couch. However he managed that, Akan had to wonder if he'd be able to do it. Would he be able to help her get back at Tofu? He was her only option, so he would have to. Akan continued her pacing through most of the night. Sometimes she plotted, sometimes she pondered, sometimes she simply paced, but she didn't stop moving. During one of her trips around the penthouse, she absently passed through Kuno and stopped when he heard his moan. When she looked back at him, it was obvious he was still asleep and dreaming. Whatever he had felt of her presence had affected him. "I'm sorry, Akan," he mumbled, then was silent. Akan sighed and continued her pacing. He woke up the next morning after having the strangest dream. He had been in Ono's office, with Gosunkuji, and he was caught. His body wouldn't move, and the two simply stood there and stared at him, making silent accusations. Mysteriously, Akan had appeared, and she had Nebiki with her, both of them looking as they did when they were teenagers, and the entire room was consumed in flames. Gosunkuji and Ona both melted, their faces masks of terror and anguish, while Akan and Nebiki watched. Then they had looked at him, and they were accusing him as well. He had apologized over and over again. "I'm sorry, Akan. I'm sorry, Nebiki." And then the dream simply faded away. Clearing his head of the cobwebs of sleep, Cakewalkie noticed that Akan was gone. He knew she would be back, but her plans made him very nervous. What if they were discovered? What if someone else could see her and trouble started? What if Ono surprised him with those truth drugs again? That simply meant things had to be right along. The sooner things were in motion, the more comfortable he'd feel, and the more confident he'd feel about the success of the plan. He went to the compact washroom, surprisingly small for where it was located, and splashed some cold water in his face from the faucet. He avoided looking in the mirror, knowing fully that he looked like hell. The bath had already filled itself automatically for him, the water the designated temperature. It was about the only moment of privacy he felt he got, and even then he wasn't sure. Cakewalkie removed the heavy robes that he had inadvertently fallen asleep in, and tossed them away. Someone would collect them eventually. He washed himself quickly with cold water and a sweet-smelling soap that probably had some other drug in it that assimilated itself through the skin to keep him docile, then rinsed. His immersion in the slightly hot water was about the only relaxation he got in the day, so he relished it. For the most part, He had nothing to do the entire day, so his abs tended to last for more than an hour as he attempted to put everything behind him. This day, it did not work. Kuno-san. Akan quickly turned and covered her eyes when she saw that she had wandered into the bath where Kuno was currently in the water. Kuno-senpai, she continued again, I got it. We can get started as soon as you're ready to. Very well, he replied half-heartedly from the bath. Akan heard the water as Kuno rose from it, and quickly said, I'll just wait in the other room for you. She left quickly, her aura tinged pink. Tatewaki exited the bath a few moments later, a towel wrapped around his waist, with him drying his hair. You got their names and passwords? He asked. Akan looked at him, then looked away again. Yeah, she said hesitantly. Tatewaki looked at her confusedly for a moment, then realized what was wrong. Forgive me. I'm not used to having to worry about maintaining my modesty for guests. Akan nodded curtly, keeping her eyes averted. Tatewaki opened a small closet and pulled out a robe that faded from black at the bottom to royal blue at the top. He dropped the towel and slipped the robe on, tying it securely in the front. What is the first thing we do? He asked, turning back around. Akan peeked at him, then seeing he was covered, nodded and relaxed. Okay, first. A series of official-looking papers began to settle into the basket there for the express purpose of catching them. When no more fell into the basket, the inventory control officer pulled out the stack and leafed through them. Technically, the only thing he needed to see was the from address to stamp it urgent, but he checked them over anyway. His eyes widened as he saw the order. Chief Executive Bosankuji was really pulling out all the stops. The next day, a package, no larger than a loaf of bread, was delivered to the Kuno Foundation building. As it was marked as one of Bosankuji's urgent packages to be delivered to the penthouse without delay, it was, now, we have to start leaking information. Akan glanced over at what Tatewaki was doing. You sure you know what you're doing with that? Tatewaki put the two wires underneath the clips and made sure they were secure. Yes. It's quite simple. He slid one thin, metal rod into the end of the small cylinder of what appeared to be grey putty. Then he slid another rod into the next cylinder, and the next, and the next. When he was done, he had 8 cylinders all wired together. He plugged the panel the wires were attached to into the unassuming box, and the light on it came up green. Tatewaki had the pulsating red button at the end of a long wire, which was in turn attached to the box. It is ready, he said quietly, not getting his hand anywhere near that button. Akan hadn't even noticed she was holding her remembered breath. Good, she said quietly. Put that away now so we can work on the rest. Tatewaki removed the panel, causing the green light to go out, and stowed the entire thing in a box, which he placed in the closet until which time he really needed it. How long until we had discovered? 3 or 4 days, she answered. She wouldn't be able to cover it all up. They would discover what was going on fairly quickly, and they had to be ready. No, not true. Akan merely had to wait. It was Kuno that would have to be ready to act. He would have to be brave enough to go through with it. Being a reporter wasn't all that great anymore. Anything worth reporting was usually either business of Monocorp or the KF, and that meant it was off limits. That wasn't entirely true, because anyone was free to report anything they wanted. It was just that the KF and Monocorp were good, very good, at covering up anything that would be worth reporting. That is, until one reporter got a mysterious email. Then a reporter across town got it, and another, until the journalistic community was in a frenzy. Someone had mailed them all the dirt on the Kuno Foundation and Monocorp. True, it wasn't anything that would end the world, but it was enough so that it was the special report that interrupted all television and radio. "What the hell is this?" Kyutho yelled. The others looked uncomfortable, not knowing what to say. "I want to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Now!" And the next day, something else was mailed out, a little more incriminating than the first. As Akan thought, it didn't take Gosankuji's shock troops too long to figure out what was going on. She had been listening in on Gosankuji when Tofu had called, and had greatly enjoyed the heated exchange of words between the two, the obvious frustration on Gosankuji's face. "I know you said that. I had been watching him. Do you really think he could do that? The man is a moron. He's so doped up." Akan could hear Tofu's voice through the phone from the other side of the room. "You are a fool. I warned you about him and you ignored me." "Yes, well, if your worthless drugs had been any help at all. Don't test me, Gosankuji. I can flush your projects down the toilet at any moment." Kyutho took in a sudden breath, the snarl frozen on his face. Then his terminal beeped, alerting him of new mail. It was from Kuno Tatewaki. "Hang on a minute, oh no. We have a development," Kyutho said, sitting down to read the email. "You got one too?" At conniving. The message was short and to the point. It had just been a stroke of luck that the two had been arguing on the phone when it arrived. "Again? I grow weary of these games. I think a meeting would be beneficial. Tonight, after hours." Kuno Tatewaki Kyutho deleted the message and spoke into the phone. "I will handle this one." He hung up. The regular employees went home and the building was shut down for the most part. There were some security personnel on the first floor, some stray technicians on the third floor, Tatewaki waiting nervously in the penthouse, and others whose presence was unknown by everyone else. With one elevator servicing the penthouse, it wasn't particularly difficult to monitor who was planning on visiting. So I can wait by the elevator to see when Gosankuji and Tofu arrive. She did not see what she expected to. Instead of the two men, there was a group of men, dressed all in black, looking very suspicious. The weapons each of them had under their suit jackets did not boost Akan's confidence. She knew what this meant. Instead of dealing with the trouble, They were simply going to remove it permanently. Panicking, Akan knew she had to get up to the penthouse and warn Kuno before the men got there. But they were already filing into the elevator and getting there with them wouldn't help. She needed to do something quick. Concentrating for a moment, she could think of only one stall technique that would hold them off long enough. She actually managed to get her hand corporeal enough to hit every single floor button on the panel. Then as the car stopped at the next floor, much to the men's consternation, she rushed off to the stairs. Akan came into the penthouse looking panicked. It's not them, Kuno-senpai. They didn't come. Who then? They're here to kill you. The look on Takewaki's face darkened, his eyebrows drawing very close together. So, he's finally called out the assassins. He shall find I am not so willing a victim. You have to leave. Get out of here before they... No, I can. No matter who comes into this room, it ends here. If I run, they will only hunt me down and find me, taking care next time that I have no freedom, if they bother to keep me alive at all. After all, is that not what you would do with your most prized possession? Takewaki looked at the elevator door and shook his head. I refuse to take part in their schemes and games any longer. Here it ends, for me. No. You have to. I'm sorry. It's futile. I can't put into words how I've appreciated, enjoyed your presence. I'm sorry things have to end this way, but I've finally realized the truth. He organized himself amongst the explosives. There would be no repeat of Nebike here. There were enough explosives sitting around him, behind the couch, to destroy the Tendo home 5 times over with explosions to spare. Here is Ono's next payment. Take what he said quietly as Akan watched him in horror. I don't think he shall appreciate it, but I don't think he'll mind one more death on his hands either. He held out one slightly shaking hand to her. Akan did it then, drawing on every emotion she could, solidifying her form for the last moments. She slipped her hand into his and waited. I have always loved you, he said, his head bowed and eyes closed. Akan said the only thing she could. I'm sorry. The elevator chimed behind them. The first thing the group of well-dressed men saw when they emerged from the elevator, weapons drawn, was a girl standing by the couch in the middle of the floor, glowing a gentle red. Stunned for only moments, they ran over to the couch, ignoring the girl completely, and pointed their weapons at whatever was behind it. Their eyes all opened wide simultaneously when they saw what was waiting, and that was when Takewaki pushed the button. Heat and light and pain exploded outward from where Takewaki was sitting, too fast to even consider how awful it was. Right away, Takewaki's hand was ripped away from Akan's. Actually, it was like his hand was ripped away from the rest of his body as he was tossed about in the explosions. Ripped apart, burned, crushed, destroyed. He was assured of not being subjected to Tofu's tortures. It also meant he was dead, but it was a small price to pay for freedom once again. It was a small price to pay for that sense of inner peace again. But in the end, it wasn't anything special, which surprised him. So much for heaven and angels and all that garbage. But there was one angel, and she looked at him with sadness and compassion. That one look, the near admiration he saw in her, that sealed it. He couldn't leave, she wouldn't let him. He clung to his existence desperately, though there was nothing there. His body was dead and he had no solid anchor, no place to go. Yet, he continued to hold on, refusing to leave when everything had been left undone. Undone by him in the first place. Undone. Destroyed. With his physical presence destroyed, he had one last refuge. It was unfortunate that Akan hadn't seen him, didn't know, but maybe it was for the better as well. She would not change her opinion of him, that much was obvious. She could not change her heart, but she had given him something of what he had desired for so long. Akan could almost feel the heat burn her skin as it engulfed the room. It was an ugly thing to see, even worse to know that she had helped prepare it. Even worse to know this was how Kasumi had been fatally injured, and Nebiki. She heard the dying screams of the other men, the assassins that had been sent to take care of Kuno. And she knew they were heading to a place far worse than anything Anocorp could dream of. Nightmare. And as the emergency systems came down to extinguish the fire, she left. Left to pursue things more. No, not more. To pursue things less painful. To sit and do nothing as the world flowed past her. To do things only ghosts could do. And to wonder why things weren't as simple as "I'm sorry." And nothing was different, except that now, the almighty blue thunder was dead. Dead along with all the others. He was dead, and he was happy because the world had held only misery and duty and a multitude of other things that had all added up to one thing: pain. Akan, I love you. Sometimes I believe that this less than material life is our truer life, and that our vain presence on the Torikithu's globe is itself the secondary or merely virtual phenomenon. Beyond the Wall of Sleep by H.P. Lovecraft. Epilogue 2096. Tendo Perdita sat up in her bed suddenly. Her labored breathing was very loud in the confines of her small room, and the abnormal rate of her heart was sending her systems into full alert. She inhaled deeply, trying to get herself under control while she underwent a full diagnostic. Dreams. She wasn't really supposed to have them, but she had one. Wouldn't Anocorp love to hear that? Well, she wouldn't give them the satisfaction of knowing. And when her diagnostic came back green, she couldn't even really be sure she had even had a dream. There had just been a weird sensation in her sleep, and she had found herself sitting up, the word dying on her lips. Shuddering, she laid back down and tried to return to sleep. It wouldn't do to waste her personal time on some silly internal glitch. But, had it been a glitch? There was such a feeling of loss and sadness and yearning associated with the words she had spoken. How could it be simply a glitch? No, for her own benefit, it had been a glitch and nothing more. But as she fell back asleep, She hoped that glitch would not occur again. It had been quite emotional. She hoped she wouldn't have to hear that word again, not in that way, not haunting her sleep. Can. Fade to black * chapter 10 * Gosunkuji, Generations Gosunkugi, Generations by RPMR 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Land. GosunkugiHikaru the man, the myth, the legend, the young girl, 9 years old in age, with large, observative lilac eyes and long hair, a shock of white running down the middle of her otherwise dark brown locks, wandered through a building, accompanied by a young man. The both of them had a distinct family resemblance. Well, Ska-chan, what do you want to see today? A story perhaps? Millimeters HM. Let's see. The two entered a room of sorts. Actually, a library, lined with books from wall to wall, and with several of them chained to tables. The two went to one of these books and flipped through the dimly glowing pages. Your great-grandfather. He was HM. G181 I think. What single quote that mean? The girl asked. HM? Oh, he was our 181st member. Woo-oh-oh. What my? You? You don't have a number yet. Oh, why not? You have to pass a few tests first, and it'll be a few more years until you can even try that. Oh, okay. Now, your great-grandfather, HM. Not much happened to him, he said with amusement. Anything in particular you wish to see? How him great-grandma met? Already a romantic, HM Ska-chan. Let's see. Here we go. Part I. One enchanted morning the boy, the mallet, and the pig she'd been wandering across Japan for some time now, looking for that one special boy, the perfect boy, the one that could really knock out her piggy and sweep her off her feet. So far, however, her search was useless. There was nobody that came even close to doing it just right. She sighed, weary of all the traveling she had to do, and checked the map for Nirima. She'd heard great things about that place. Lots of mighty warriors and such. It was a good plan, theoretically. Of course, it wouldn't work at all. But when asked about it many years later, she'd say she had no regrets. In retrospect, it wasn't a good plan. In fact, it was a stupid plan. And considering whose plan it was, that's saying a lot. Gosunkuji Hikaru, freshman, magician, and loner had a dream. He dreamed that one day the queen of the school, the one every boy dreamed of, Akantendo, would be his. It was a really long shot. It was an even longer shot when her fiancé, the fool Ranma Saotome, showed up. Since then, Gosunkuji's already bad luck had sunken to new depths. On this particular day, his dark mood was considerably darker. It was the end of yet another plot to get rid of Saotome, and it backfired tremendously. The details were. He just didn't want to think about the details. Nobody would believe him afterwards when he said that the sheep was a necessary part of the spell. His reputation was ruined. Of course, there was one person to blame for that. Saotome. The one who was engaged to Akantendo. Saotome. The one that got the attention of all the girls. Saotome. The one that was a total jerk to Akan. An ill-mannered conceited jerk. No better than an animal. He was an animal. It was a small leap of logic, but there it was. Ranma was no better than a base animal, a gluttonous violent beast. With that idea in mind, he woke up early, incredibly early, earlier than the sun rose, and spent several hours in the field of Furankenhai, digging a deep hole, covered it with tarp, and left miscellaneous foods that Saotome was known to like as bait. Looking back, Gosankuji admitted it was an incredibly stupid idea, even for his standards. After setting his trap, Gosankuji withdrew to the shadows and waited. He remained there, eyes in the dark, and waited for Saotome to come, summoning up patience the likes of which he had never displayed before. He waited for hours on end, unmoving, unnoticeable in the shadows of the trees nearby. He waited, and then he fell asleep. A few hours later, Gosankuji the patient snored peacefully, his head bent back at an awkward angle, a little drool running down the side of his mouth. He was about to fall over backwards when a violent crashing noise woke him from his slumber. He fell over anywise. Stumbling quickly back to his feet, Gosankuji raced to his trap, feeling victory surge through his veins. The sounds of struggle emerged from the pit, but something sounded wrong. His mind, was on a high and thus decided to edit that thought out until further confirmation of facts. Racing to the edge of the pit, Gosankuji tapped into a berserker strength that he would rarely ever tap into again, and actually managed to lift a gigantic mallet up. With said weapon held high, he declared, "Now I've got you." What happened next would best be described in slow motion. A very large pair of eyes looked up from the pit, its gaze burning through as if through Gosankuji's very soul. A bestial grunt followed. What the hell was that? A monster from the woods? A wayward spirit? A demon from hell? With the adrenaline rush racing out of him and fear making him more limp than a dead fish, he let gravity take over, and the mallet drove down hard towards the monster in the pit. Thump, wee. Curiosity overcame fear, and he had a good look at what it was he'd just malleted. It was, apparently, a pig. An incredibly large one, and by the sounds it made, probably very irritated one too. He scratched his head curiously and let go of the mallet, whose handle promptly fell down and smacked him in the foot. Cursing mightily, Gosankuji hopped around, wobbled a bit, then fell into the pit himself. That, he felt, was typical. Just had to happen. It wouldn't be a normal day for Gosankuji Hikaru if something stupid of this magnitude didn't happen to him. In a way, it was comforting, in the way that really old shoes are. They might stink, they might look ugly, but they fit perfectly. It was at about this point, with Gosankuji lying back atop a great and unconscious beast, with his foot throbbing and his back aching a bit from the fall, that he heard the voice. Katsunishiki. Katsunishiki, where are you? It was a cute voice, incredibly cute. Soon it was accompanied by a cute face, as a girl with shoulder-length black hair and a straw hat peered down, an expression of tender concern on her face. Gosankuji was dazzled immediately. Hello? He managed to stammer out. She, on the other hand, stared at him in surprise. Aside from said surprise, the expression was totally unreadable. Gosankuji had a feeling that he'd done a bad thing again. Logic churned in his head, and he finally stammered out, This isn't your pig, is it? She nodded slowly, her expression of surprise gone, and one of curiosity replacing it. The look was aimed at him, and he couldn't help but blush at that. Didn't mean to hurt it. Really? He stammered, waving his arms around frantically. She giggled at his shyness and extended a hand to help him out of his pit. Hi, I'm Ranma, she said, smiling. That's Katsunishiki down there, she added, pointing to the prawn pig in the pit. To her surprise, she easily pulled him out. He was so light, must be because he didn't eat enough, she thought. She'd have to fix that. I'm Gosankuji Hikaru, he said, laughing nervously and scratching the back of his head. He wasn't used to any girl talking to him as much as this girl was, and he felt his heart race frantically with exhilaration and hope. It was a major achievement, actually, for him to keep this conversation going as long as it had. Nice to meet you, she said, giving his hand a squeeze. Gosankuji's face snapped into a goofy sort of grin, and his eyes glazed over. Hikaru smiled and giggled. This Gosankuji. What a silly man, although cute and nice. Yes, he'd make a good husband. The gigantic pig regained consciousness soon after, casually plowing his way out of the pit and trotted over to Hikaru and Gosankuji. It couldn't help but notice the way the two were blushing madly and smiling, and rolled its eyes up, snorting. The relationship blossomed surprisingly fast, since both of them were lonely, shy, and when given the chance, sweet. Gosankuji still had lingering feelings for Akan, but the dedication that Hikaru showed finally cleared his heart of feelings for anyone else. Life for these two seemed to be charmed, while everyone else in Mirumo was either murdered, committed suicide, blown up, committed to asylums, or generally ruined. Looking back, Gosankuji would agree that yes, it was a charmed life. The golden days of his life, really. And then he finished high school, which is the point where everything changed. Part happily forever after. Or do you believe in magic? Immediately after Gosankuji graduated from high school, he went back with Hikaru to the Enryu Sumo pig farm where he was expected to help train with the pigs. Was he worried? Definitely. Their relationship through high school was great, almost carefree. The carefree part ended the moment Akari told him how he was supposed to help with the chores at the Enryu place. In other words, wrestle with gigantic pigs every day, and that particular thought made his veins run cold with fear. There was only one solution, in his view, to make it through those critical days: magic. He knew he was almost a joke of a magician, but he had come so close before, and this time it wasn't just some petty little revenge at stake, it was his future. He wasn't going to lose Akari, that much he was sure of. Ever since that day, then, he'd researched, practiced, trained, even gone to the old ghoul that ran the Nakoyadan once or twice, and tried to find a way to somehow overcome the challenge of the pigs. The fateful day had arrived. Gosankuji stood nervously in the center of a fenced-in field, with various relatives of Akari watching and cheering and making bets. He muttered a quick prayer to whatever god may listen, and checked to make sure all was ready. He heard Akari's cheers from the side, and steeled himself for the battle that was to come. Meanwhile, at the far end of the field, a titanic pig made its way into the field. This one, while not as big as Akari's pet, was equally as vicious, if not more so. This one was Koro, second best pig of the Enryu stock. As it spotted Gosankuji, it immediately charged at its prey. Gosankuji's eyes went wide with shock as he saw the titanic beast charge towards him. How can anything that big move so fast? He wondered. Snap out of it. It's time. He reached into his jacket and pulled out an impossibly huge mallet. Even Goro hesitated at the sight of it. Waving the mallet up high, Gosankuji declared, "For my future. For Akari's future. For our happiness. Mighty mallet Mujaki. Writer's note: Mujaki, Japanese demon which brings nightmares/dreams to people. Hence, the Dream Maker mallet." The pig snorted in anger and charged forward. The mighty mallet Mujaki swung down. And in the end, it was rather indescribable. If anyone asked any of the Enryu that attended in that day, and the days after, they would begin to describe the result with much repeating of words and various hand gestures, but in the end they would say, "No, you just had to be there." It was a draw. And for the next painful month, it was a draw. Day after seemingly improbable day, a draw. In ways totally unexpected but totally legal under the laws of sumo pig wrestling, it was a draw. Again and again and again. The Enryu family didn't know what to make of the situation. Clearly, the boy was unworthy to help out in the family business. He'd be slaughtered out there if not for that mystic mallet. But he was good at heart and treated Akari well. A decision had to be made. She took the decision far better than he thought she would, especially considering that her whole life centered around pigs. Gosankuji sighed, sitting by Akari's closed bedroom door. The moment they told him, he felt his heart sink. But when they went to tell Akari, he insisted on doing it himself. It seemed the best thing to do at the time. He was afraid she'd do something along the lines of malleting him, punching him, or flat out rejecting him. That was a major fear he had his entire life, really. Instead, she turned pale, shrieked, ran back to her room, locked the door, and started sobbing for about 6 hours. The family didn't feel too good about it. They told Go-Sunkuzi that it wasn't anything personal, and in fact they were welcome to stay if they wished. He just wasn't allowed to train the pigs. This was mixed news to him and Akurai. The fact that the family didn't oppose their being together was great, but at the part about training pigs, Go-Sunkuzi would act preferred not to even try again, while Akurai thought it was quite unfair that her boyfriend was banned from the family business. After that grueling summer was over, Go-Sunkuzi went off to college, while Akurai remained behind with her family. Everyone agreed when Go-Sunkuzi declared that he'd find a way to make a living without leeching off of the Enryu family fortune. It would otherwise look quite dishonorable for all parties concerned. As for what he would do with his life, he knew that there wasn't much money out there for occultists, even though he had indeed mastered real, although relatively minor, magic. Well, he always did photograph Okan really well. So, photography it was, and after several years of hard study and internships, Go-Sunkuzi Hikaru became a photographer for the Tokyo Herald. By the time he'd reached the age of 24, he managed to save enough to get an apartment for him and Akurai, one that allowed pets, of course. He quickly became famous in his field for capturing haunting and eerie pictures, especially when the subject was a disaster area, a murder scene, a funeral, or any other generally sad event. It had earned him several awards and some respect. 3 years after they had started living together, Go-Sunkuzi finally proposed, and they had a lovely fall wedding. Of course, Go-Sunkuzi declined to be behind the camera for any pictures of this event, mainly because of his eerie talent with the camera. Except one. That one particular picture was of Akurai and Katsunishiki, her feeding the pig some of the wedding cake. What puzzled him later about that picture was that he appeared to be in it. But that was impossible, since he was the one taking the picture, right? The him in the photo was far into the background, and seemed startled that he was captured on film. Fearing it was a bad omen, he never pointed this out to his wife. Between them, they had a son, Kyufu, who seemed almost as sullen as Go-Sunkuzi had when he was a child, although with Akurai's influence he grew up to be not nearly as shy. The child grew up very observative, highly intelligent, and to his father's surprise, a sharp aptitude towards science, as opposed to magic. Despite his legitimate career in photography, Go-Sunkuzi's research into the field of magic never stopped. He'd steadily grown in his ability, accessing the much disputed hyperspace field at will now, and even managed to talk to his ancestors. As it turned out, they were rather proud of how he was doing, and it did his ego good to hear that. After a solid 10 years in the photojournalism business, he took some time off for personal reflection as he called it. In fact, it was the offer by a band of occultists for him to join them. Their objective was a monastery in the more rural parts of Japan, where a haunting of legend had returned to plague the monks once more. These occultists had set out with two objectives: one, exorcise the spirit, and to get actual proof of the existence of the spiritual world, of which Gosankuji and his photographic skills were key. Looking back, Gosankuji would say that if he had to do it all over again, this particular part he would be more than happy to leave behind. The exorcism was a disaster, with several of the members of the team reduced to soulless husks, several monks struck down, and the monastery itself declared an unholy landmark. In the occult circles, Gosankuji's name was forever linked with tragedy. Gosankuji would refuse to discuss any details of that tragic event, even to his own family, and left it buried in the past. The whole event had also made a great impression on another person that day. A young monk who was shattered in mind, and was once known as the Blue Thunder of Furinkenhai. And that would have dire consequences many years later. Gosankuji vowed that such a tragedy would never happen again, and continued to research into the occult, while returning to the photojournalistic world, which welcomed him back with open arms. Hikarai had supported him as she felt any good wife should do, although she didn't just stay at home all day. She spent a considerable part of her time back at the ranch, managing the business of the sumo pigs, and she did it well. Things were going well again for the happy couple, but sins from the past would come back to haunt him. The year was 2014, and a new vision was slowly creeping across Japan, a vision that chilled Gosankuji to the bone. The vision was one of monk-turned-politician Kunio Takewaki, who stood on the platform of moral decency. He declared Japan a spiritually hollow society, one that lost sight of righteousness and cleanliness. This was all seemingly well and good, but with any light there is a shadow, and the ugly secret of Kunio's movement was that he'd formed strike forces of righteousness to smite that which he had found unholy, but would be chastised for if his actions were done so in public. Thus, this shadowy group raided bars, stripped joints, burned down magazine and newspaper offices, trashed art galleries, and defiled the place of worship of false gods. And he had not forgotten Gosankuji Hikaru either. Thus it came to pass one winter's day that Gosankuji Hikaru disappeared from the earth and was never seen again. He was on his way home to celebrate Christmas with his wife and their young son, when he was ambushed by a gang of men in robes and quickly knocked out. Some hours later, he'd awakened in a place he'd rather not have returned to, the monastery. He was back in the monastery's stone walls and drafty corridors, and tied up to a post. Gosankuji Hikaru, you stand accused of a sin of the highest order, declared a familiar voice hidden underneath holy robes. You have practiced magics of an unholy nature, and have brought ruin to this once holy place. Thy penalty is pit. BB, but wait. Off to the side, one of the monks muttered, "Oh." The main monk stepped forward, glaring at Gosankuji. "Cease thy belligerent babbling, thou base black servant of the spirits below. Thou shalt feel the folly of fickling with my forces of fortitude and fairness. Thou wretched wormlet wiggles its way unto wayward wanderers' souls. Never again, says I, Kunoudawaki, blue thunder of God. And without further ado, they tossed him into a pit. It was a rather nasty pit, apparently located beneath the monastery, and quite huge too. He guessed that he fell about 30 feet before hitting some sort of underground reservoir. When they slammed the door from far above, he was left in total darkness, and for the first time in many years, he felt no hope. We goes Sankuzi. He'd spent an hour in the pit, and already he could tell it was hopeless. Gosankuzi had managed to cast some light into the room. But unfortunately the appearance of the place did not help his spirits at all. The room was cavernous, with stalactites and stalagmites everywhere, and with a large lake as its main feature. The great body of water was perfectly clear, all the way to the bottom, but somehow that made it even more eerie. Gosankuzi spent the next several hours searching through the cave, but there was no way out. He thought things couldn't get worse. Of course, he was wrong. From far above, the trapdoor opened and he heard the booming voice of Kunutatwaki, echoing down as if from the heavens. For the crime of consorting with a criminally SORCHROU scoundrel, specifically the one known as GOSUNKUGIHIKARU, now HAST earned myself a punishment painful for one even ASPISAS myself to perpetrate, but it must be done. To the pit with you. He heard a scream. He saw a body fall from the cave ceiling high above. Hikarai-chan. He dove into the lake and splashed furiously. He never did learn how to swim properly until he reached her, and together they made their way to dry land. Meanwhile, the voice of Kunu from above echoed, "Fear not for thy child. For in the innocence of youth is indeed a sacred thing. He shall be left to be raised by the family UNOIUU and left unharmed, unless the boy shows traits of following in his scandalous father's footsteps. So promises Blue Thunder. And may you find repentance in your hearts before thy soul leaves this earth." Gosankuzi raised his fist defiantly and prepared to yell when the trapdoor above was promptly shut. So instead he sighed, which to be honest, was the more natural thing to do. Once they made it to dry land and shook off the days of scrambling about in cold water for a good 30 minutes, Hikarai collapsed in Gosankuzi's arms and spent a lot of time there crying. She was glad he was alive, but now they'd never see their son again. The possibility that they might die together was small consolation for the almost certainty of their demise by starvation. Gosankuzi's magic was not strong enough to rescue him from that situation, and so it was there that Kunutatwaki and his crusaders left them to perish. And as far as they, and the rest of the world, were concerned, Hikaru and Gosankuzi Hikarai vanished that day, and were assumed dead. That, of course, is far from the truth. It was 2 hours since Hikarai had arrived, and despair was settling onto Gosankuji's soul like a long-lost friend. He comforted his wife as best as he could, but knew of no escape from their fate. Then he saw himself. Actually, he saw himself several times over. Some of them young, some of them old, about a dozen of them. But one thing was certain. They were all him. Hi there, one of them said. G.H. Gosankuji was startled out of his wits. He held on to his wife desperately and stumbled backwards. Hikarai, wondering what was startling her husband so badly, turned around, and saw her husband. Several of them, in fact. And she didn't take it any better than he had. As a result, they had both ended up screaming in alarm and stumbling backwards, and into the lake. Again. Well, that was very, how shall we say, wondered one of them. Gosankuji-ish, wondered someone else. Quite so, quite so. Not taking this well, is he? Said another. Hey, he's one of us. How would you expect him to react? Boys, you're not making this any easier on the man. Everybody, quiet. Our new inductee seems to be drowning. And so, this strange gaggle of Gosankuji's got together momentarily to fish one of their own, and his wife, out of the lake and, using a little magic, dried them. And using some more magic, actually got them to stop panicking. Were we always like this? Asked one of the older ones. Well, yes. Oh. Shame about that. Hikaru. Yelped Hikarai. What? They all asked. This just made Hikarai shriek and bury her face in her husband's shoulder further. Oh, she wasn't talking to us. Why would she, you moron? Be nice, 85. Shut up, 43. Gee guys, to business? Ah, of course. Gosankuji Hikaru? They all asked, looking at Gosankuji. He nodded his head nervously. One of them stepped forward, one of the more elderly ones. Gosankuji Hikaru, we have come to offer you salvation. Salvation? He nervously asked. The offer was simple. They'd allow Gosankuji and his wife salvation, a life in a better world. Gosankuji blinked in surprise. This deal sounded too good to be true, and there had to be a price. In cases such as these, there always was a price. And so he asked. The price was simple. They would disappear from this reality, never to return. It was explained to them that the future of their world would be hazardous, and for them to return would place them and their son in certain danger. It was best for them, and their son, if they left. The option for them was painful, but obvious. They agreed to the conditions, and thus Hikaru and Gosankuji Hikarai forever left this world. Woo-oh, said Skichan, looking a little melancholy. Something wrong? Great-grandfather and great-grandma gone? Gone? Oh, no. He scratched his chin in thought. Well, actually, they just lived somewhere else and they lived happily ever after, really. Honest? Asked Skichan. Honest. At this news her mood brightened considerably. Good story. Glad you enjoyed it, Ska-chan. The man patted her on the head gently and she smiled brightly. Now come on. Your mother and father might be missing you. Northeast? Hi. She nodded happily and put her hand as they left the building, a middle-aged couple walked on by. They looked down at her, and she at them, and they couldn't help but smile. The woman stroked Skyride's hair, said hello, and walked on by as the little girl departed. So, that's our little Skyride-chan, said the woman. Yes, Hikarai-chan, that's her. Kawaii, Northeast. Very kawaii. I hope she will find more happiness than our other children. She sighed sadly, embracing her husband. Their lives had been so tragic. I wish. I know, Hikarai-chan. I know. Epilogue LEGCY. And from Ikaru and Hikarai was born Kyuthu, who in his union with Kurane Fushigi gave light to Shizen and Sukun. Shizen, who, in his union with Hibiki Shinsaku begat Gosankuji Skyride. Gosankuji Skyride, age 14, stared in surprise at the page which the book had accidentally fallen open to. That was her lineage, her history. Temptation overtook her, and she looked to see what the future had in store for her, but only saw blurred lines instead of defining sentences. But of course, she thought, she wouldn't be allowed to see her future, since it was yet to be defined. There were too many possibilities yet. She put the book back, feeling no regret. After all, it was the wrong book. She was after Gosankuji number sign 182. A prominent figure amongst the Gosankujis. She found it, but for some reason it had a seal upon it, which would not unlock. She knew that she'd get no answer from the other Gosankujis. They'd been incredibly tight-lipped when it came to the topic of the fate of her mentor. Gosankuji Skyride was an unusual case in the history of the collective. Unknown to her, her great-grandparents had kept an eye on their children, and saw in her a potential for magic of amazing proportions. It caught not only his attention, but the attention of several other members. This one would have to be carefully groomed. At a young age, she had immediately shown a spark of aptitude, using magic as if it was intuitive. And thus, when her parents weren't aware, she was carefully groomed by the best in several fields of magic, the best, in fact, of the Gosankujis. There was Go's number sign 87, age 29, whose speciality was the manipulation of the fields of probability through magic. Go's number sign 99, age 68, whose expertise was in the area of healing. Go's number sign 103, age 38, who was a master of elemental forces. Go's number sign 132, age 23, a master of illusion and mind manipulation, and Go's number sign 182, age 19, master of the magics of the spiritual world. They hoped that, by showing her so many possibilities, she would find her own niche, or even master all the fields, an amazing feat to attempt. But her preferences had swayed her eventually to Go's number sign 182, the necromancer. It seemed that this one, the youngest of the master sorcerers, could relate to young Skaride's life the most easily. From what little was said amongst Gosankuji's, his young life was harsh as well, although far worse than Skaride's. It was a world mixed with technology and sorcery, and also had almost constant conflict amongst its many kingdoms. Nobody knows what part goes number sign 182 played in the wars there, but he had sought sanctuary with the collective, and had turned his back on his reality. It had something to do, he said, with the folly and arrogance of Lords Kunu and Saotome. Being the first non-Ikaru sorcerer amongst the collective, and the first child, she had received special attention from them all. They had cast a spell on her, which allowed her to visit them at any time when she willed it. They were her family, her aunts. In some realities, Gosankuji Hikaru was born female, uncles, grandparents, brothers, and sisters. It was a family that had shown her sights which no other child would ever see, the wonders of the world all hers to visit. Despite this, however, she still remained shy when dealing with the regular world. If she was not in the company of the Gosankuji, she felt her confidence slip away and disappear. By the age of 10, Scaride was adept at exorcising spirits, a practice that her mentor smiled upon. Spirits that remained on Earth are, by nature, evil, he once said to her. If they were truly worthy of mercy, they should have moved on to the next world already. Us, necromancy always deals with evil spirits. Remember that, Scaride. He turned to her and showed her a savage-looking scar on his arm. No matter how they may appear, they are tainted with evil. It is best if they were put to their rest, else they may scar you forever. This lecture she took to heart. She seemed not to notice how some amongst the collective were rather concerned about Go's number sign 182 single quote's influence on Scaride, or how Go's number sign 182 sometimes wore a dark expression and his aura was tainted with a sort of grey shade. They got along better than brother and sister, and she was happy. Then one day, he disappeared. A search party was sent to look for him, and found him dead. She had cried for weeks after his passing, and had vowed to avenge him someday. None would tell her what caused his downfall, but she could see it on his corpse, amongst the savage bruises and wounds, the traces of a possession. One of the spirit world had taken over his body, and apparently it had caused his death. And those chain of events lead her to the here and now, a year after his demise, and searching for the elusive answer. Maybe, she wondered, there would be an answer within the books covering the very history of the collective itself. Searching through the tangled bookshelves, ignoring the orangutan, Go's number sign 204, the collective's librarian, one of the few Gosankujis that visited Juzenkaiju, and pulled out the rather thin book of collective history. The way it started out, she thought, was amazingly simple. It started like this. Once upon a time, there was a Gosankuji Hikaru, one that actually became quite powerful at the art of magic. This particular Gosankuji had one day achieved, accidentally, of course, through an odd attempt at magic involving stick-em pads, baby oil, and sheep, dumped himself into a nexus of sorts in between worlds. There, he honed his skills and eventually refined the process of crossing worlds and without sheep. Meanwhile, across the worlds, various other Gosankushis were also making the discovery, some with sheep, some without, and they eventually, under the first one's guidance, made a guild, the Gosankushi Collective. The requirements, early on, for a membership of this collective, was that the member in question merely stumble accidentally into the rest of the group, which was how the very first members were gathered, and that they be Gosankushi Hikaru. However, as time went on, the more liberal Gosankushis had managed to state their case and the membership open to any Gosankushi that had shown any latent talent. This had resulted in the various progeny of Gosankushis and, to their surprise, some ancestors. Then, the membership standards were loosened even further, to allow for Gosankushis with the potential, and in extreme danger. In the third year of its existence, the founder, Gosankushi Alpha, had disappeared, and has not been seen again. He had left a message, warning of a time when there would be internal strife, and the last inductee, a Gosankushi Omega, would tear asunder all which had been achieved before, and force all of them to reconsider their goals. After this bit was mostly drivel about the creation of the Gosankushi Collective Continuum. Basically, it went like this: in an infinite universe, anything is possible. Therefore, it was entirely possible that there was a reality that was largely empty, save a small solar system, a planet with plenty of water and oxygen, and a conveniently built citadel containing everything that a growing collective might need. It was, admittedly, a nearly impossible possibility, but with the universe being infinite and all, it was just waiting to be found. Some Gosankushis say it was an incredible display of imagination and effort by Gosankushi Alpha to have found such a place amongst the infinite. Others say it was an incredible stroke of luck. More say that he was aided by Gosankushi's Go's number sign to single quotes, that is, magical improbability generator, and an even more cynical lot dismiss the whole thing as a demonstration as to how exactly lazy Gosankushi Alpha was. This information, of course, didn't help Skyride a bit. "Who's there?" Skyride gasped, startled at the unexpected intrusion. An elderly Gosankushi was watching her, bemused. She could tell from his age and gentle demeanor. It had to be Go's number sign 99. "Oh, just looking for some information," she said. "Skachan," sighed Go's number sign 99. "I know what you're looking for. And why won't anyone tell me?" she demanded. Go's number sign 99 tapped his finger to his chin in thought, a serious expression on his face, obviously picking his next words carefully. Then he put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Skyride. Gosankushi number sign 182 is a good person at heart. Just remember the good times, no matter what you may hear, and let the dead rest in peace." Skyride wandered the halls, a melancholy hanging on to her mood. It was at that time that she realized she was totally, hopelessly lost. "Excuse me, do you need some help?" a middle-aged woman asked. "Yeah. Where's the front door?" The woman laughed lightly, the sort of laugh that makes smiling a little infectious. She took Scaride by the hand and walked through various passages until they had reached the front door. "Thank you very much," said Scaride, bowing in gratitude. "Any time, dear," said the woman. "Hey Karai-chan, where'd you go?" called a voice in the distance. Scaride blinked, surprised that the name of her ancestor was being called. Were they still alive? Could it be possible? Maybe she could talk with her great-grandparents. That'd be fascinating. "Oh dear, I must be going," said the lady. "You'd best be going too. I think the technicians of the continuum are doing some odd sort of maintenance soon. You shouldn't be here when it happens." "Oh, okay." Scaride stepped through the doors, slowly beginning to fade. As she did so, she turned around, asking, "By the way, it was nice to meet you, Miss, Hey Karai," the lady said with a smile. "Go Sankuji Karai." Scaride's eyes widened in surprise and she tried to stop from fading back into her world, but couldn't. As the palace of the Gosankujis disappeared and her room came into being all around her, she heard Akarai's voice through the worlds. "Don't worry. We'll be watching. Be good, Ska-chan." "Akarai-chan, were you talking with one of the kids again?" whined Gosankuji. "Darling, I don't see the harm in talking to her. After all, it has been years since we've talked to any of our children, and our deal does not prevent us from talking to them if they come here, right?" Gosankuji blinked. Then he kicked himself mentally. Hikarai sighed, knowing exactly how he felt, since she'd only realized that herself a few moments ago while spying on her great-granddaughter. She wished she'd taken part in all her great-granddaughter's lessons when she was younger, her and her husband, but it was too late for that. But there would be other days. "Come on, darling. Let's head back and we're supposed to take a vacation at Niagara Falls in a few minutes, northeast." "Ooh, that's right. Our anniversary." He smiled and took her by the hand, and looked forward to meeting their great-granddaughter soon. "Niagara Falls, here we come. Darling. This time, don't use the sheep." The and asterisk chapter 11 asterisk Tapestry Torn Moose's story by Pardon, edited by L. Bartram, C. Wilmore and J. Hosmer. After finishing a morning shower, the man paused to look in the mirror. The person staring back at him appeared in his mid-80s, on the taller side of medium and well-muscled, and sported long hair and a thick beard which were both completely gray. The reflection also had an unusual gaze. Its eyes seemed to be filled with sadness, regret. "Not that you don't have much to be regretful for, Moose," he thought sarcastically. "I'm not getting any younger, either." Quite the understatement. Time would always take its toll, and the little aging he thought he'd cheated the clock out of had been repaid with interest. He was a lot slower now than 5 years ago, and getting slower all the time. His strength was also beginning to dwindle along with his speed. He knew it was unlikely he would make it to 90 years of age. Mithus shook his head and sighed. Death gets us all, eventually. After a few moments of absent-minded adjustment of his robe and daydreams of the past, Mithus found himself at a desk, looking at an open journal. It was old, but unused. For quite some time now he'd been debating with himself whether it was worth his while to fill its pages. Strong arms reached around from behind and hugged him tightly. He smiled. She always made him smile. "Good morning." His wife's voice was soft and somehow musical, like wind chimes. He turned and looked up at her smiling face. It was a running joke between the two that what the years took from him, they gave to her. Antibacterial liquid and soap looked only about 35, with her green hair completely free of gray. Only her eyes betrayed her true age, which was about 68. Among the Amazons, age made women wise, and it was that depth of thought and feeling brought about by experience and living that filled her gaze, not the frivolity of youth. He reached up and grabbed onto her hands while she bent down to kiss him. Her eyes locked onto the blank paper on the desk, and she broke off. "Write it already." The firm tone of her voice caused him to look up at her for a moment in surprise. Normally, she never raised her voice at him for anything. He sighed and turned back to contemplating the journal in front of him. "If you feel it must be done, then do it." A far gentler tone this time. "I keep thinking that Shampoo will succeed soon, and I will be there to help him if, when," he mentally corrected himself. "She succeeds." She said nothing and just continued to hold him. She knew as well as he did that it was unlikely. Damn it. Well, if I can't be there, at least I can help him by telling him what happened. It is unlikely Shampoo will. He frowned at the thought. She hated her great-grandmother, and yet she'd almost turned into a double of cologne. He wished it were not so. Like a lot of my life, he thought wryly. Antibacterial liquid and soap hugged her husband tightly, then disengaged herself and left their room, giving him the privacy she knew he would need. Mithus sat still for a moment. He gathered his thoughts, drew in his breath, then finally picked up the pen and began to write. "Let me explain something before I commit this story to paper. I was not there when it happened, but to this day, I wish to whatever gods or God or whatever is up there I had been. Who knows? Maybe my presence could have done something about it, given you a chance to defend yourself. Something. Probably not. In any case, that is now a moot point. You were killed. My friend, my rival, my enemy was dead, and nothing I could do, or can do, will change that fact. Nor will it change what happened after that. You were truly the center of everything we did. All of us, those of us who loved you and those of us who thought you. Shampoo once told me that with her witch's sight she could see the tapestry still there, waiting for you. Personally, I always thought you didn't need a witch's sight. All you have to do is look around. I think perhaps if you had lived, things might have turned out differently for all those involved. But like I said before, there is not a damn thing I can do about it now. Except tell what I know about it all. That is the last duty I have as I am near the end of my life. I owe you that at least. I can only hope one day that it will be of some help to you when the time comes to restore the tapestry. I suppose that his wife Shampoo, the woman I love and always will, does what she does. I hope she succeeds, but I'll be long gone before that becomes an issue. I remember the day clearly. Kasumi came in the restaurant. She looked hollow, drained of life, almost as if she were the one death had taken, and not you. Goose paused for a moment as the memory overtook him. She walked up slowly and took Shampoo by the shoulders and said quietly, "Ranma is dead. He's dead, Shampoo." He felt tears come to him unbidden. Damn. After all this time, it still hurts, he thought. He willed his eyes back into dryness and turned his attention back to his writing. I watched as tears streamed down Kasumi's face when she said that you had been killed. I watched as the plate Shampoo held slid out of her hands and crashed to the floor, destroying the dish while scattering the food over the floor. She bent down to clean up the mess, not seeming to understand what was just said to her. Kasumi slapped Shampoo. For my part, I could not believe what I had just heard. Could not think, could not speak, could not even breathe. Ranma dead. Just like that. Yes, just like that. And then Kasumi, kind and loving Kasumi, had slapped someone. It was beyond belief. I then heard a voice from the corner of the room. Oh well, there are always other potential son-in-laws. It had come from that old bitch. The one who had taken my Shampoo away from me, had been molding her in her own image, out of a soulless and unfeeling ghoul. I hated her for that, and I am sure you saw what she was doing to Shampoo as well as she beat the hell out of me on a regular basis too. You saw that a lot, but it was only because I would not leave Shampoo. A lot of good that did her. But did you know what the old ghoul did to me when I was younger? Shampoo and I were just little kids and exchanged an innocent kiss. That old bitch saw it and broke my head open with her staff, nearly killing me. My eyesight went bad after that. She had taken my sight from me. For nothing more than kissing Shampoo when we were little kids. But you know something else? I did not hate her for that. I hated her for what it did to Shampoo. She was my friend and more at the time, and I watched as she steeled her soul against me, trying to push me away so I would not get hurt. I stayed with her whether she wanted it or not. There were other times. I would help Shampoo with some task or test that Cologne would set for her whether she wanted it or not, or I would try to curb her insane methods of training Shampoo. Believe me, you don't want to know some of the things she put Shampoo through. Every time I interfered, I paid a painful price, and as I was male, it was hardly frowned upon. Still I managed to curb some of it, as she had to take some time out for me, leaving less for Shampoo. I paid for that too. I hated cologne for all these things, but those words she spoke I knew had hurt shampoo worse than all the pain she had ever inflicted on me at once. I hated her more in that instant than I had in my whole life. My weapons were retrieved from their hiding places, and though it would have probably cost me my life, I was going to deal with her once and for all. I was not fast enough. Shampoo had already beat me to it. I watched as her hands moved faster than I had ever seen them to reach out and grab the old bitch's eyes. I moved then too. I ran to Kasumi and pulled her out of the nakeful and before she saw any more. I told her to go home and that I would take of everything here. She didn't even seem disgusted at what she had seen. Almost satisfied. Gentle heart Kasumi, satisfied at such a scene of violence. It made no sense at the time. In any case I had more to deal with at the time. She nodded, turned and left. I came in just in time to see Shampoo finish devouring what was left of Cologne's eyes, then collapse on the floor holding herself. Oh yes, she did that, Ranma. I remember the revulsion I felt. I felt my gorge rise then, but I knew a lot of things had to be done and that now was no time for having any reactions like that. So I used a mental technique that my old master had taught me. It allowed me to wall my feelings away, so I could do what needed done. I don't know why I did it. To this day I do not know. I tore off a piece of cloth from my robe and walked over to the screaming form of Cologne clutching at the empty sockets where her eyes used to be. I bandaged her eyes, staunching the flow of blood. It was more mercy than she had ever shown anyone in her life. I then took Shampoo's comatose form up to the bathroom. I ran bath water and undressed her. She did not resist. In retrospect, that was the first time I had ever seen her nude. She continued not to resist as I cleaned the food and blood off her body. I dried her, dressed her, and led her to her room where I put her down on her bed. I had learned a few things living here, and using a certain pressure point to put her to sleep was no problem. Throughout this I had been dispassionate, due to what I had done to myself. My master had told me, however, that walling away your feelings forever would eventually destroy you. No matter how much it hurt, you must experience your grief. Only then could one continue on. I then walked out of the restaurant to the empty lot behind it and let the wall around my emotions collapse. It all came at me at one time and I screamed the scream of one who is going through the ultimate torture. The fence surrounding the empty lot was a convenient target to vent all the anger, grief, despair, and revulsion I felt. It did not last long. I still needed to destroy something. There was an old statue back there too. I proceeded to hit with my fists. It finally broke in half after repeated blows. That shocked me back to myself and I was aware of my surroundings again and of the pain of my bloody knuckles. I returned to the nakeful and bandaged my wounds. The old ghoul very apt description was nowhere in sight. I don't know if that was a good thing or not. I am sorry to say that that display of grief was not for you. It was for what your death had done to shampoo and the knowledge I could do nothing about it. That was what really hurt, and at the time I wanted you dead anyway. I did grieve for you, only much later. A tear fell on the page that Moose was currently writing on. He brushed it away and continued to write. The funeral was a few days later. Everyone was there except one, who was very conspicuous by her absence. Oh, and Ryuga lost again. I suppose Akane had her own demons to deal with. As for Shampoo, she clung to me throughout the funeral, almost not knowing where she was. It would be a long time before she recovered. I knew. I had changed her into her cat form, as the police had been searching for her. For obvious reasons, I know what few customers we had at the time must have told the authorities what they had witnessed. The old ghoul was there too. She was wearing sunglasses. The damage to her eye sockets had been healed by some of the magic she possessed. It could not replace her eyes. Oh, and that gave me some small satisfaction. It was here that I grieved for you. I realized that had things been different, had a lot of things been different, you would have been a friend. A good friend. I cried then, for you, and wished that I could have known you as a friend instead of the enemy you were before. I blame myself for that, for, at the time, I could not allow myself to forgive you the circumstances of your engagement to Shampoo. I was a fool, and I can only ask you to forgive me for this. I know I will never be able to forgive myself. After the funeral, Kasumi asked if Shampoo and I would come to the Tendo residence. Something about a matter that needed to be discussed. I went. Shampoo had fallen asleep just before we got there, so we had put her in the guest room. Kasumi got right to the point. Miku snapped the pen in anger when he remembered this. You know it was Hako's eyes that called forth that spirit. It wasn't really a question, more of a statement. Yes. Nebiki had called the day after Kasumi had come, and had given him the details. Can you tell me who gave him this? She handed him a scroll. Miku opened a drawer, retrieved another pen, and continued to write. She showed me a scroll written in simple kanji. Really large, too. Also in a very distinct handwriting style. One I had seen many a time. I hadn't noticed I had crushed it in my grip. That seemed all the confirmation Kasumi needed. That old bitch had done more than I thought she had. She had destroyed a major portion of all our lives. Worse, she had taken away Shampoo's sanity. And all for her damned plans for you and Shampoo. And now those plans would never come to fruition, and worse. The way you were killed would ensure that Shampoo would never be happy with any other man. She had finally made sure that I would never get Shampoo. She had won. Against me at least. I felt my rage build, but underneath I heard a small voice. It was to this voice I listened. It counseled that there would be another time and place to exact revenge. Now you must take Shampoo away from all this. No matter what happens, she is your primary concern. I asked if Shampoo could stay there for a while so I could pack her and my things. It was a couple of days later that I heard that Tako's eye had been murdered and Akan had disappeared. Tako's eye could rot in all the hells for all I cared, but I, like many others, went out looking for she that had disappeared. I don't know if it was luck or fate, but I found Akan. The funeral was a couple of days later. My soul was ashes. I'm so sorry, Ranma. I wish I could have done something. I kind of wish Ryuga had been around. You know, he loved her and might have been able to prevent this. As it was not going to be very pretty when he finally returned. Like I said before, not a damn thing that can be done about that, especially now. I left Japan, smuggling shampoo out with me in her feline form. The Tenbos had given me Tako's eye's possessions, knowing quite a number were of the dangerous mystical kind. I think they were hoping I would give them to the Amazon elders so they would be safe. I couldn't trust them with such items, so I kept them. We returned to Nishizu, Shampoo's home village. To this day, I don't really think of it as my home. Some place like that where the rulers are just like the old ghoul could never be called a home of mine. There she told them what had happened, what she had done, and that she wasn't even close to being sorry. For her crime she was cast out of the society she had always known. I knew this to be an injustice of the grossest sort. So after I had seen Du Shampoo, I pleaded my case before the elders of the Amazons. They listened and decided to disown her family as well. Other than kill everyone there for their mistreatment of she who I loved, I could do no more. I am glad they've practically disappeared. So she went to Juzenkyo. I had really no choice but to follow. It was obvious why she had gone. After all, I knew the legends as well as she did. I was there as she tried with the first small animal that she found. The body was yours, but it still had the soul of whatever animal she had used. I watched as she went insane again and broke its neck. Disposing of the body was easy. I knew a little magic myself, and I knew how to make a substance that would burn something completely to ashes. She was mad for a good 10 years. During that time I took care of her, bathed her, fed her, combed her hair. I talked to her all the time. Usually I read to her from books that I obtained at the village. I stopped her from going to that spring when I could. But I could not watch her all the time, and she slipped by me occasionally, usually when I went to the village to get supplies. 123 times she got past me. Believe me, you don't forget things like that. After a while, technology improved to the point where force fields were possible. I acquired a prototype from Nebiki and placed it on the spring. Shampoo killed more animals, but I knew now that would be all she would be able to do. While at the village trading post I met a young woman. She became my confidant and friend, my only friend while I was there. Her name was Antibacterial Liquid Hand Soap. To this day I wonder where the older generation got these names. She once asked me why I take care of shampoo. Later she found out the reason why I would not leave her when she became aware of the curse and blessing of love that had struck her. I'll explain later. At the end of the 10 years I remember watching shampoo's slow deterioration and wondering, is there anything I can really do? There must be something. Damn, I told myself. If only that old ghoul had not given back those eyes that damn scroll. I had not realized I had said it out loud until shampoo grabbed me. For the first time in a long time I did not see madness in her eyes as she asked, "What the hell do you mean?" I could not deny her this answer, so I told her, even showed her the scroll that was used. I also gave her a scroll her great-grandmother had written her before she left. She did not like what was on it, but it gave her a new focus and purpose. I have to admit, I did not like what I read on it either. It basically said that because of what shampoo was going to do that she had doomed the Jotsukoju, the Tenbos, the Sotomes, and all of Japan. I knew that was wrong. It was what that old ghoul had done to you that would cause all of these awful happenings to come to pass. What it did for shampoo, was give her a new strength and purpose. She demanded I retrain her, help her strengthen her body, help her recover her fighting skills. I think that was the best time I had ever had with her. After about a year she had judged herself strong enough, and she went to see the Witch of Juzenkyo, despite my vehement protests. I had no idea what she said to the witch, but the witch agreed to train shampoo in the arts of magic. She returned later that day and seemed very different for some reason, but I did not question it. She was no longer insane, and that was good enough for me. The next night, however, she came down to me, saying that when I accepted I would have to leave. Leave her. I had never left her, and what she had just demanded of me hurt. It hurt in a way that was impossible to describe. I declined, of course. Despite the pain, I had to make sure she would be alright. She did the same the next night, and the next, and the next. For 15 nights she did this. The combination of hurt and fierce desire was torture more painful than any I had experienced before. The 15th night, I could no longer help myself. She was nearly nude, and just looked at him. His hands reached out of their own volition and slowly brought her to himself. Her head bent down and her lips met his. They stayed that way for a time. Finally, he broke away and parted her nightgown, feeling her smooth skin under his fingertips. By this time she had removed the shirt he was wearing, and was beginning to start on his pants. He pulled back and admired her form. She's a goddess given form, he thought. Her face, her hair, her limbs, her breasts. He watched as her legs spread out before him and she moaned in anticipation as he continued to run his hands all over her body. Finally they could hold no longer. Muse shuddered and tried to block out the memory as he continued to write. It was wonderful. I hated myself. At the end, I collapsed in her arms, my head on her breasts, and wished that tomorrow would never come. Like I said before, there is not a damn thing that could be done about it. The Americans have a saying for circumstances like this, "Ain't life a bitch?" They have no idea how right they are. I left the next morning and began wandering the world like Ryuga. Well, maybe not like him. I don't think anyone could wander like our old friend. I remember waking up and seeing her face, try and burn the image in my head. When I left all of Rako's eyes' belongings, knowing she would probably need a few of them. I also left my glasses. A few years before I had gone completely blind, but I no longer needed them. My old master had taught me a technique that used my key as a set of eyes. I saw much better with it anyway. As I walked away, I realized she had just screwed me in more ways than one. Because of what she had done, I no longer loved her. I couldn't. I needed to just get away, get my center back. Too much had been taken. I really didn't have anything anymore. Then I realized that only the things of my old life were gone. Considering what it consisted of, I found I did not miss it. It was time to begin a new life, and though I did not know it at the time, a part of that new life had already begun even before the old one had ended. I wandered through China, Mongolia, Thailand, Japan, probably a few other countries in that area too, as I was not really paying any attention to where I was. I learned all sorts of techniques in my travels, met a lot of people, made a few friends, and one or two enemies. I found out during my travels that Yukayu and Ryuga were married and even had a child. Only problem was she had never really gotten over your death and it drove her insane. From what I understand, she actually pulled off an ultimate Shishihukan that destroyed a good portion of Nirima. She gave herself up afterwards and was institutionalized. I wish I could have done something about that too. I know Ryuga could never forgive himself either. I even ran into Toma and Kirin a couple of times. Seems Toma had finally found himself a bride, a young woman who went by the name of Tendo Kurumi. I am sure you recognize who that is, and they were out sightseeing in Japan. It amused me to know that he actually got one of the Tendos for his wife, well, sort of a Tendo. Anyway, I tried to steer away from them, but they saw me and cornered me near a coffee shop. I really did not want to spoil what appeared to be a honeymoon, but during the conversation they asked how you and Akan were. They were understandably saddened when I told them, and, after we parted, went directly to Nirima to pay their respects. They're dead now. They were killed when the Musk dynasty, long-time enemies of the Joksuzoku, attacked their floating island. As I write this, you are long since dead, as I will likely be when finally you read my tale. Nonetheless, take this advice from a man who will die to one he thinks will not want to pass twice through the underworld. Stay out of Tajankyo. The leader of the Musk is a crazed half-man, half-woman, and knowing it was your own Mukauda Kabish that dried up the spring he pledged his hopes of normality upon will not help your credit any in her court. As for Kirin, I wandered through his mountain kingdom a few times during my travels. Somehow he had already found out about what happened to you, and it was good to talk to him about it. He's been a good friend to me. Though I haven't seen him in a decade and a half, I can only hope he is doing all right too, as I seriously doubt I would survive the journey there to find out. Still, during my travels I was looking for something, even I did not know what at the time. Fortunately, someone else did. Hell, she was the first one of us to realize it. Anyway, she had been tracking me for some time and had finally pinned me down outside of a small village in Thailand. She came up on my campsite during the night, where I had been trying for a few days to master Kachu Tenshin Yamagurakan. Oh, incidentally I finally did master said technique while I was there. Mithu smiled, remembering the exchange he had between himself and a certain green-haired Amazon. There you are. Do you know how hard I had been looking for you? Mithus turned from his contemplation of the chestnuts in the fire. He recognized the language that was shouted at him, and knew the owner of that melodic voice that he'd always liked to listen to instantly. Anti, this is a surprise. What are you doing here? She looked at him like he had just asked the dumbest question in the world. Trying to find you. You disappeared without a word to anyone. Do you know how worried I was for you? He looked at her for a moment, then bowed his head, unable to bear the look of anguish in her eyes. She was my only friend back there. She deserved better than that. He raised his head and started to make an apology before he was interrupted by her headlong rush into his arms. Damn it. Don't say anything. She looked up at him and continued more softly. You just scared me. But I understand. I know why you left. He almost started to ask how she could know before she forestalled him by placing her fingers on his lips. Don't. Believe me, you wouldn't want to know how anyway. It was then that he noticed a small scar across her cheekbone that wasn't there before, and now marred her otherwise perfect face. It was very faint. You would have to be in the right light to see it, but he didn't see using light, and saw it very well. What did she do? What? He tried to give voice to the question, only to be stopped yet again. Please, just don't ask. She was actually pleading. Please. He looked into her eyes and found he could not deny her. He was fairly certain how she knew what happened, but because it was she that had asked, he would never attempt to find out. It was the closest he had come to actually hating shampoo. Now will you let me finish? She asked. Wisely he stayed silent. It pains me to see you like this, just wandering around without reason. Looking for something and you don't know what. If you keep this up you'll wind up like the old martial arts mistress Cologne. She gave up everything, even love, and she just became a soulless and unfeeling monster. Shampoo is well on her way to becoming the same thing. I don't want to see it happen to you too. Please find your heart. Don't become like them. Don't waste your life like that. She grasped him tightly and buried her face in his chest. I couldn't bear it, she said softly. Suddenly Moose realized what had been growing between them for some time, and he knew exactly what needed to be done then. Drawing her close to him he spoke, the words being the wisest he had ever uttered. I had already found my heart. His tone made it absolutely clear what he meant. Muse looked again and saw he had just written exactly word for word what antibacterial liquid and soap had told him. You made sure I never forgot. You have always loved me and made sure I knew it. I wish I did not have to leave you alone. Those words were some of the wisest I had ever heard. She had always been there for me as I took care of Shampoo, and now she had come to give me exactly what I needed then. What I know we both needed. She looked up at me and smiled in that most beautiful way, and then she did something strange. Sometimes I wish I knew what prompted her to do what she did right then, but you know what? I don't really care. She reached up and touched my face tenderly with her right hand. She threw a punch with her left. I did not even think. I just caught it, and she smiled again. It took me a moment to realize what she had just done. And without saying it, she had just shown me exactly how she felt. She loved me. I looked down into her glorious eyes and found that this woman, she who had been my confidant and my best friend for over 10 years, that I was totally, hopelessly, unconditionally in love with her. I loved her. I gathered her into my arms and just held her close. I laughed and I cried and smiled and cried again. She held me as all those feelings worked their way out of me. It took a long time. Here was a woman that loved me, that would never hurt me. Hell, she doesn't really even raise her voice, that would always be there for me. Contrary to Shampoo and Cologne that had been nothing but sorrow, she would be nothing but joy, and so she has. Soon, all that ran its course to be replaced by a warm feeling that has never left, and as tears streamed down my cheeks, I thanked whatever gods there were in heaven that had decided to give me some small measure of happiness. She took me back to the village where we were married. We lived on the outskirts of the village and were very happy there for many years. I found out something here. Home truly is where the heart island, and I was my heart, and wherever she was so was my home. Here is something else I try not to dwell on too much. We had many kids, she and I, and we took them to visit Shampoo often. After all, someone had to keep an eye on her. I went alone a few times. However, it was one of those times I found someone else there besides the witch and Shampoo. I remember cresting a hill, coming to Juzenkiyo a different way for some reason. I saw a little girl there, about 9 years of age, picking flowers. I wondered why would there be a little girl there. I walked up to her and what I saw then was burned into my mind. This girl was very familiar. Only a blind person could not see what was familiar about her, and I was not that blind. "Hi," Muse said. She looked up and smiled. "Hi. What are you doing?" he asked. "Picking flowers," she replied in such a sweet voice. "Oh," he said. "Is your mother in?" "Yes. She's in the cabin over there." She planned. "Would you like me to show you?" Such innocence, he thought. "No, I can find my own way." "Okay." She extended her hand. "My name is Akhan. What's yours?" "Akhan." "How fitting." He smiled and took her hand. "Muse." Mithus let go and turned to leave. He walked a little way and turned his head to give the illusion he was looking at a certain spot. "You can show yourself now. I know you are there," he said to what appeared to be empty air. Mithus watched as the Witch of Juzenkyo materialized in front of him. "And so now you know. What are you going to do about it?" she asked. Mithus thought about it for a moment. "Nothing. If she does not want me to know about her, I will not go against her wishes." At this, it seemed she almost relaxed. "I would appreciate it if you made sure Akan does not tell her mother she met me." "She won't," she said simply. "It was quite obvious she was my daughter, but I decided not to confront Shampoo about it. I really did not want to force any issues like that, not with her being so young in any case. Perhaps when she was older. Probably not. Some things are probably best left untold." I turned and set off towards the cabin. That was the first and last time I saw my daughter alive. About the time she would have been 17, I found out from the witch she had drowned in one of the many springs of Juzenkyo.